Good morning. Welcome to the joint meeting of the Moore County Board of Commissioners and the Moore County Board of Education on October 27th, 2025 at the Moore County Public District Central Office at 9:30 a.m. this morning. Before we begin, I want to recognize our guests, and I hope I'll make sure I get everybody included. I want to welcome our Board of Commissioners. We've got Chairman Cook, Vice Chairman Paserno, fellow board members, Board of Commissioners Adams and Von Cannon, and I hope maybe Mr. Ritter can come and join us later. Welcome to County Manager Wayne Vest, Board Attorney Misty Leland, our Clerk Jenny Parks, Chris Klug, and Tammy Goodwin, and I'm not sure, we welcome all of our guests from our Board of Commissioners and all the staff. Thank you for being here today. Welcome to our Board of Education members, Vice Chairwoman Davis, Board members Benway, Ms. Bruno is online. We welcome Dr. Dahl, Mr. Hensley, Mr. Johnson, Superintendent Dr. Tim Locklear, Assistant Superintendent for Operations Ms. Jenny Purvis, Board Attorney Richard Schwartz, and Clerk Cynthia Parker. Thank you for being here today. Welcome to our Town of Carthage Commissioners. I see Commissioner Mr. McDonald, Mr. Bonillo, and Ms. Yop, our Town Manager. Thank you for being here today, and welcome to the members of the press and the public. Thank you for being here today. I want to review our agenda before we begin. We're going to have a call to order, and our Board of Education will call to order, and our Board of Commissioners will call to order. We'll have introductory remarks from me and Chairman Cook, and then we'll have our reports, information, and discussion. We'll have 3 items to discuss as noted. We'll have Dr. Locklear, Mrs. Purvis will present the information. We'll have time for questions, comments from our Board of Commissioners first, and then our Board of Education members. We hope to adjourn around 11:30 a.m. today. So at this point, we will have our call to order and then our introductory remarks. So we're at item 1, call to order. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to amend the agenda to include a public speaking comment period.
Okay, we have a motion on the agenda by Mr. Hensley to include a public speaking. Do we have a second?
I would definitely second that.
Okay, yeah.
If we need to add it on to ours, we'll second it when we get to ours.
Okay.
When we get to ours.
So when we get to ours, we'll do it, get to yours. And, all right, do we have a second on from our Board of Education? Second. Okay, we have a second. Discussion at this point? Ms. Davis, second by Ms. Davis.
Yes. The citizens, who, by the way, thank you very much for showing up. I think maybe I would have thanked you first. But anyway, the citizens took time out of their day to show up. And I think many of them have lots to say on this matter. And, as I mentioned in our last, I think it was 13 October board meeting, the citizens have a right to be heard, and we have a duty to listen to them. So I think we should fulfill our duties and give them their rights. So I look forward to 2/3 of us voting to amend the agenda to allow the citizens of Moore County to speak. Thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion? Is there, Mr. Johnson, did you? Okay.
Well, I was just going to say that, do we need to discuss how that looks, what the process is for that, to make sure that we get everybody here that came, voices heard, and we get to the business of the day?
Right. I would say, and recommend that we add it to, we could move the adjournment to item 4 and make item 3 public comment. Mr.
Madam Chair,
Schwartz?
let me amend my amendment. Rather than add it to the end of the end, like I believe you attempted to do, and make the board comments after we have our reports and discussions, not board comments, but the public comments, I amend my request to make it item number 2 on the agenda, so we hear from the people before we discuss the items, not after we discuss the items.
Yeah, we have a second motion on the floor. So at this point, do we have a second to that added motion? To make it item 2 rather than item 3. Okay, any discussion on that point?
I think it would be pertinent that Moore County Schools has the opportunity to present a report, information, and discussion to the public and to our commissioners, which we have tried for months to do, but have not been given the opportunity. So I would not vote in favor that the public would speak before Moore County Schools has the opportunity to.
Mr. Van Wayne?
I'd like to second that. We need to lay out the situation as it stands, and that becomes our point of departure. I think that's a logical progress of this whole thing.
Okay, thank you, sir. Yes, Dr. Dahl?
I would add that the public has the right to be informed when they are speaking to us. Some member of the public might invest quite a lot of their time and effort and creativity into saying something that actually is not in keeping with the facts. So I think it's better that people be informed and that we have the report of, you know, what we have done, why this property, some of the other aspects of the process up to now, and then let a fully informed public share their opinions.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dahl. Any other discussion on this second motion? Mr. Hensley?
Yes, 2 follow-up points to comments that my colleagues made. One is to Ms. Dahl's point, you know, many people in the public may not have time to sit here for 3 hours in the end of the meeting to speak, because that's how long this is going to take. It's very optimistic that they believe it's going to end at 11:30. But notwithstanding whether it's 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours, putting this at the end, many of these people may not be able to stay because they have to go to work and probably have not boxed out 4 hours of their 5 hours of their day. Secondly, I just have to question what Vice Chair Davis said. She said Moore County Schools, I'm paraphrasing, has not had the opportunity to present what they're about to present. Other than 2 meetings a month for the last 6 months, or actually in perpetuity, Moore County Schools has had plenty of time to present this information. Not really an issue. I just thought that was a very interesting turnaround, that Moore County Schools has not had the opportunity, when in fact, it's public record, they've had 2 opportunities a month for years to present this. So anyway, thank you.
All right, Mr. Johnson, do you have any comments?
After listening to Dr. Dahl, I tend to agree. I think get a chance for the public to get fully informed on the topic, and then that may alter what they would speak to us about. I think that's fully agreeable.
Okay. I as well agree that we need to keep this item 3 rather than item 2, because our purpose today is to inform our commissioners and to inform our public and give updates in a public setting. So at this time, let's have a vote for Mr. Hensley's motion to move or to have a public comment as item 2 rather than item 3. So if you prefer to have it as an item 2, all in favor of that, say aye. All opposed, say no. No. Okay. So sorry, that's not going to happen. We're going to have now we're back to our first motion to have a public comment as item 3.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
one question. Are we going to use the traditional 3-minute limit?
I would recommend and agree that the 3-minute rule would be fair for our public to speak. That's what we're used to, and we're set up for that.
I move that we amend the motion to specify that we will follow our the Board of Education's usual rules for public comment, which is 3 minutes per speaker, and that we do not respond to them.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dahl.
Just one point of order. Do we need to have Ms. Cindy get a sign-up sheet for this, or how will we track who's going to be speaking and who's not? Because typically we would have a sign-up sheet, and if If I'm mistaken in that, help me.
That's a good point.
I would recommend that if this gets approved by the commissioners as well, and we are going to have public comment, that we take a brief recess after the information discussion items, allow for a sign-up list, and we could facilitate it that way.
Okay,
That would be my recommendation.
that makes sense. All right, any other discussion on that motion?
Actually, a point of order. I wasn't going to point this out, but, so my motion was defeated because my motion was to do it as the second agenda item. That motion was defeated. Now you're trying to modify a motion when there's not a motion on the floor. So my suggestion is that if you guys believe that there should be public speaking as agenda item 3, that you introduce a motion on the floor that says that, because as of right now, there's 0 motion on the floor for you guys to modify.
Any clarification, Mr. Schwartz?
Madam Chair, there's a motion.
No, I
There-
modified my motion to be agenda item 2. That was my motion, and it was reseconded.
There was a
and they voted.
previous motion
There's
to
a
add
motion that
public
was made by
comment.
Dr. Dahl to amend the motion to follow the current rules. That motion could be modified to,
That motion, there's not a motion on the floor.
excuse me, Mr. Hensley. The motion was made by Dr. Dahl to amend the motion to follow our current rules. Since Mr. Hensley revised his original motion, there is not an original motion on the floor now, so Dr. Dahl could revise her motion to, I think what the intent is to include public comment on the agenda as agenda item 3, to follow the board's rules for public comment, and I don't know if Dr. Dahl wants to incorporate Dr. Locklear's suggestion that there be a sign-up period following the reports. But
I'm going to attempt to remember all that. So I revised my motion to include a public comment period as agenda item 3, following the Board of Education presentation of reports, information, and discussion, to follow our usual policy, our standard policy for public address, public comments. That is 3 minutes and no response from board members. And that we will have a recess following agenda item 2 for the purpose of allowing people to sign up. Did that cover it, Mr. Schwartz?
yes.
Do we have a second? Second. Okay, any discussion?
As always, so what Ms. Dahl wants to do is she wants to, in a joint session, follow the Moore County School rules where during the public comment period, we sit here like pigeons and don't say anything. I'm going to vote against this because, A, I think it should be the second agenda item because I believe people are going to be pressed for time. And 2 is I believe we should interact with the public in a public forum, and, you know, we should be able to defend our positions on things. In fact, I'm hoping that my colleagues on the county side will do what they frequently do and make some of these agenda items public hearings so we can interact with the people. So anyway, I believe we should interact with the people who come up and speak. Thank you.
Any other discussion? All right, all in favor of Dr. Dahl's proposal to have public comment as item 3, following our typical Board of Education processes and procedures, including a recess after item 2. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Is Ms. Bruno on this?
She is on the line, and I've texted her, but I've not had a response. Colleen, are you still there?
Yeah, she should vote. All right, motion carries, and we will have a public comment as item 3. We'll move adjournment to item 4. All right, now we're at the approval of the agenda as amended. Thank you, ma'am. We've had a motion to approve. Do we have a motion to approve the agenda? All right. Do we have a second?
I make a motion to amend the agenda
All right.
to add an item of the discussion of the future of Moore County School Police.
All right, that is out of order. at this time, we are here to talk about our facilities and capital needs.
Madam
and
Chair,
we-
a motion to amend the agenda is never out of order. It may,
well,
I due to lack of
you're-
a second, but I don't believe you can rule a
right.
motion to amend the
Yes, sir.
agenda out of order.
Madam Chair, this is a special called meeting, and the purposes of the meeting have to be specified in the notice of the meeting, and that was not included in the notice of the meeting.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So I'm ruling you out of order, Mr. Hensley, on that. So at this time, I'm gonna turn it over to Chair Cook for you to call your, no, first we have to approve our agenda, right? All right, so we have a motion by Ms. Davis, second by Mr. Benway. All in favor of approving our agenda, say aye.
Hold on, ma'am, point of order. I don't see the notice of the meeting on the agenda in front of us. What was posted as the notice
It
of
was
the meeting?
posted on the front door and, on our
Well,
webpage.
Before we vote, let me look it up, because normally the purpose of the meeting's on the, just let me look at it.
Mr. Hensley?
I just want to,
I'm
Madam
gonna
Chair,
call
I'm
you
trying,
out of order for a second time for trying to delay this meeting. I've
Madam Chair,
turned it
I'm
over
trying
to
to make
Chair
sure it's
Cook.
properly, okay, whatever.
Chair Cook, thank you for being here today. You're on.
At this time, I'd like to call the Moore County Board of Commissioners in session.
Sir?
Madam Chair, do we have a vote on the motion to amend to approve the
Yes.
agenda?
Yes, sir.
All right, and
But I was trying to connect with Colin, so I apologize.
It's okay. Yes, sir.
One second. Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
But I do have a comment.
Okay.
First of all, I think there's been a,
I'm sorry, your microphone, you'll have to turn it on for it to.
Press the button when it's,
Red ones go here.
you got it.
It was all.
yeah, first of all, I would like to bring up, and I can see this is gonna be a fun meeting. And I'm really not in the mood for it today, but I would like to go on a couple of comments. First, I was very disappointed in the way the vice chair treated the last meeting, which I watched 2 or 3 times to make sure that I wasn't rude. And I think the general public out here, I think the school board should definitely consider having a public hearing and being transparent. Now, as far as trying to get meetings for 4 weeks or 4 months, whatever it was, I'm assuming the phones on this side of post don't work, because someone could have certainly picked up the phone and made a phone call, just like the transparency that has been lacking from the school board all along here. We get to find out about the site pick, which that's y'all's business, but I would think you would be transparent with somebody you're gonna ask for assistance later. And then I think you would also, when you sit in the back of the room during one of our meetings, I think it would have been, whether you call it transparent or not, I think it would probably have been a novel concept if you came up and said, oh, by the way, we closed on the property today, so mute discussion on that. I sat there and watched 3 board members say that I think we need to back up, relook this, and see what the public's problems are, and we address those and then move forward. As a matter of fact, the 4th board member said, we're not voting on it tonight, so there's no sense of urgency, and we'll absolutely have time to address the public's concerns. Y'all are in your own little world over here, and that's fine, and that's fine. But when you look for assistance, or when you may end up on a referendum for votes, I think it'll be well remembered by a lot of people how rudely the audience has been treated here. And so I just want you to take that in consideration, and I think because this is the way we've been doing things forever and ever doesn't make it right. And I'll tell you before, this is not the first time when Moore County Schools put the $600 million plan to renovate for the next 2 years, all the schools and everything, and put it on the consent agenda. And I came up and asked about that. I said, I know you didn't put it on the consent agenda without at least letting the commissioners know. And I was told, if you want to see it, you need to go on the internet and look it up yourself. So there's a lot of transparency not happening. And so, I mean, you're making a bed when you rule out the citizens of Moore County who put you in these seats. And for God's sake, being rude to someone and then reading a Bible verse out of it, that's a hypocrite.
On want to make sure that our audience follows rules of civility and decorum, and I appreciate your enthusiasm, but let's remember that we are here to conduct business, and I appreciate your attention and your consideration of this hard work that we're doing today. Thank you.
And
Chair
they-
Cook?
And you work for them. Right. And so the point is, transparency on their part as well.
Yes, sir,
rather
I
than
know
just
who I
saying-
work for. Thank you, sir, I appreciate
guarantee
that
you.
reminder.
Any
Yes.
other comments?
I have a comment, Mr. Chairman. On the remark made by the Vice Chairman about us trying to get a meeting over the last 4 months, we actually had an agreed-upon meeting date, but after being called by several of your board members who were not going to be able to meet on that date, but basically, Mr. Hensley and Ms. Bruno, that's the reason we canceled that meeting. We felt like everybody should be in attendance and everybody's voice be heard. So as far as us trying to get together, it's normally procedure for the two board chairs to get together, get dates together, and then come up with times. So when we did that, again, that one date that was agreed upon, you did not have a full board, and we just felt like it'd be very important to have a full board. So it was not a avoidance. It was just timing of the two boards. You know, we got a lot going on as well as the Board of Commissioners with land use plans, so forth and so on. But that was not an avoidance of trying not to meet with the Board of Education. At this time, I will make a motion to our board to accept the amended agenda as published by the Moore County Board of Education.
Second.
Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, this time I would like to have some welcome comments. Thank you for the opportunity for me to say a few words. I want to welcome each person here today. You are all valuable to the work of caring for this beautiful county to which we're privileged to call home, and to the citizens whom we get to call friends and neighbors. The families of Moore County Public Schools are counting on us to ensure that their children receive the best educational opportunities, have high-quality teachers and staff, and up-to-date, safe, and well-maintained facilities. I am personally very thankful for this joint meeting today. Chairman Cook, Mr. Vest, Dr. Locklear, and I have worked behind the scenes, sending numerous emails, texts, and phone calls since last June to schedule this meeting. It is very valuable to us. I know that you're extremely busy. I've seen your meeting agendas, and it's a lot to remember. So thank you again for reading my lengthy emails about the details of fulfilling the master facility plan for our school district. We hope that you found it helpful for your reference, and we will follow that same method today by sharing the presentations and the minutes from this meeting. I want to remind everyone that our purpose today is to work collaboratively for the children of Moore County. We are in this together. We're in the business of making Moore County the best place to live, work, raise children, and do good in our world. Here we are in October 2025 with more good news, updates, and plans for the future. Again, thank you so much for being here today. And Chair Cook, I'll turn it over to you for welcome comments.
Before I get going, if there's any objections, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance and the prayer. If County Manager Vest, would you mind leading us in a prayer after I start off with the prayer, and then I'll give the pledge.
Join me in prayer. Gracious Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this day. We thank you for the great weekend that we've had and the rain that you're sending our way. We just thank you for this opportunity to come together and talk about important items to the citizens of Moore County, to the children of Moore County. And we just always pray that you will just shine light on the path that you would have us to take. And please continue to lead, guide, and protect us as a county, a state, and a country. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairman. All right, everyone, thank you very much for coming today. I know it's busy. Pretty much, we're going to be listening, and if we have comments, obviously, we're going to respect, if we can,
Yes, sir.
we'll be respectful of everyone and raise our hands or point of order.
Yes, sir.
I know it's, listening to my voice isn't going to do anything, so I'm going to go ahead, if my commissioners have any comments, the opening comments. If not, I'm going to turn the floor back over, and then we can get this moving
I
along.
do have one.
Mr. Von Kemp.
I think, I agree with Mr. Hensley, because I think rather than a piece of dirt out here, I think the safety of our children takes precedence of anything, as well as I think the vice chair said in the last meeting, we're building a safe school for our students. And I don't know how you build a safe school unless you have security to protect the children and the teachers are in there. So I do think that, and that was the vice chair that said that we're building a safe school. I'd like more details on that, because if we don't have an officer in there to take care of them, they're really not a safe school.
Okay, could we, I think this needs to be a broader topic, and I think we should put that in one of our, if it's okay, if we can put it on our agenda. If we put it on one of our agendas in the next couple
Well,
of
I
meetings?
think the public is probably
Or do you want,
more interested in keeping the children safe
well, of course.
indoor.
No, I want everyone to understand it, and I want everyone to hear it, and I want everyone to have public.
And
have a
that should
public
have
hearing.
taken precedence way before
Understand.
taking a piece of dirt indoor, building a new school,
Understand.
keeping the existing schools safe.
And if I may, have a moment to share that we do have a temporary safety committee. We've had 2 meetings. We're working through that, Mr. Von Cannon, and we'll be happy to share those results with you at a future meeting. We're not prepared today to share everything, but we are working together collaboratively with the Sheriff's Department and our Moore County Schools Police and our superintendent and administrators. So I'll be happy to bring that at a later date.
That would be
As
nice
soon as
to
possible.
know that there's a meaningful conversation
Yes.
going on
That's what I
with
want.
the sheriff, because
Yes.
right now, there doesn't seem to be.
Yes.
And we've had 7, 8 years to fix this issue, and we're no closer today than we've ever been.
I've had a personal conversation with Sheriff Fields, and we had Chief Deputy Andy Conway to our temporary safety committee. So I'll be glad to have that, schedule that with Chair Cook as soon as possible.
And I'm aware of both meetings, and was from the understanding they were not productive at all. So, in the first meeting that he was gonna be at, the emergency meeting, for some reason was called off, which that was an emergency, and it is
I felt like it was.
Point of order.
More-
That was
more
a
important
point of
than the-
order, sir. That was a special called meeting and not an emergency meeting.
Oh, really?
And it was
I
all-
understood it was called emergency meeting.
It's posted as a special called
Whether you call
meeting.
it special or emergency, it was called off, and the issue was not resolved or addressed.
It was,
Point of order.
I know what you're talking about now.
yes.
Okay,
So,
all right.
Chair Cook, I'll
Point
turn it
of-
back to you.
Point
Okay,
of
we'll go
order.
ahead and we'll schedule times when we all sit around the table, and we'll have the public with us, and we'll have the sheriff with us, and we'll have everyone who has vested interest in taking care of our children. I can tell you right now, I'm a big provider and an understander and a supporter of SROs. And there's puppies and kids. That's who we have to take care of, all right? And we have to take care of them all. And that is a very major topic on my next, after land use plan, we finish that. And then school safety is a big one, so we will be hammering that out quick, fast, in a hurry. It's not gonna be next year. It's gonna be quicker, a lot quicker. So, all right.
So,
What else you got?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to remind the rest of the commissioners, we have a work session Thursday. This topic should be on that work session.
Go ahead and have that.
Chair Cook, are you all right if we move to item 2?
It's yours.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we'll move to reports, information, and discussion. And we begin with our proposed replacement of Carthage Elementary School. I'll turn it over to Dr. Locklear and Ms. Purvis. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members, Board of Education members, Board of Commissioners. As Chair Kalka expressed, I'm excited to be here with you this morning, excited to share the information we have to share with you. I really see specifically to Carthage and the parcel of land we've purchased and the work and progress we've made on Carthage. I really see this as a breakthrough moment for our county, a breakthrough moment to address a critical need and issue that we've had for well over a decade plus, and I'm excited to walk through and have Ms. Purvis walk through with you detailed information about the path to where we are today and what the current context of the potential replacement of Carthage Elementary School is. Really from a process of being efficient in our work to being effective in our work, being forward-thinking in how we approach this. Forward-thinking, looking a decade plus down the road to the needs of our school district and the needs of our county, and within that, also with a focus on being very protective of taxpayer money in our process. And so that's what I am excited to share with you today, have Ms. Purvis share with you today, specifically to Carthage. I certainly see this as a breakthrough opportunity that I celebrate, that I frankly celebrate, and am proud of, excited for, and passionate for what it can accomplish for the children and the parents in our county. We're also prepared to talk to you about how we also can use this piece of property for another great need we have with replacement of our IT and planning, accountability, and research building that's 70 years old, how that will also be an effective and efficient process, and where we currently are with our high school capacity issue. We know that's also something that's right here in our thought process. So again, this morning, excited to have this information shared with you, excited to continue to collaborate and partner with you, and really appreciate your support. So I'll turn it right over to Ms. Purvis.
Thank you, sir, and good morning. Thank you all for being here. I'd just like to walk through the information today and share with you how we've gotten to this point, as Dr. Locklear said. So thank you for being here. First of all, I'll just review quickly the master facility prioritized list, which was approved by the board December 4th. We thank you again for that number 1 being completed. All of those district-wide improvements are complete. And so we're happy to see all of that completed. Today, we'll be talking about and looking at primarily the next 2 items on that master facility list. Number 2 being the replacement of Carthage, expanding to be able to pull about 150 or 200 to prevent future forecasted capacity issues. We currently have a floor plan in the final stages and have purchased a parcel of land. And number 3, the increased capacity and modernization of Union Pines and Pinecrest, or modernization of both, or construction of a new high school. And at this time, we'll share with you some possible paths forward. The specific path hasn't been determined, but we've investigated some possible paths forward. So we'll do that today. We'll start with the progress towards Carthage. So back in February of 2022, that's prior to me being here, but the town did revise their resolution to reflect the commissioner's willingness to have the school built on a new location based on best available data, while they also shared their desire to have the school replaced as soon as possible. That resolution also shared that they would support the building of a new school on the current site, as well as support the building of a new school on a different site that was in the immediate Carthage area. In April of 2024, we had a community meeting at Carthage Elementary. We invited everyone to discuss the options regarding the future replacement of the school. We went through the pros and the cons for building on and off site, and ultimately the consensus was that it was best and it made most sense to build on a new site. So prior to moving forward after the decision to build on a new site, we had that Area 1 capacity study updated. This was in an effort to ensure that we were aware of any future capacity needs and determine if we could save some future taxpayer money by addressing those needs with the build of Carthage Elementary. We utilized ITRI again. They used county growth data, birth rates, information from each municipality as well as the county as they developed those new projections. And what we found as it changed a bit was that it revealed the growth pattern with Sandhills Farm Life no longer being expected to go out of capacity by 2034, but instead it was going to be Vast Lakeview. They were the first ones expected to outgrow their capacity. So we used this new data ITRI provided us, and they gave us some projections for facility optimization. And so this was provided by ITRI, new school at a capacity of 500, 600, and 700. It shows you the surplus seats that would still be there in 2034 for each size of the school. And ultimately, it was decided that a new school capacity of 600 would put us at 87% in 2034, which would still allow a bit of room. And again, that's not just for Carthage, that's for Area 1. So that would be Sandhills Farm Life, Vass, Carthage, Cameron. Following a public hearing on February 3rd, 2025, where the message was overwhelmingly positive regarding the recommendation to have a new Carthage on a new site with a capacity of 600, our board endorsed that path forward. On February 10th, the board endorsed moving forward with local realtor Tim Vinjon of Rhodes and Company. The goal was to find about 30 acres or more, which would allow us to build a new school as well as a new IT, planning, accountability, and research building on that same parcel when the time came. On March 12th, 2025, at the collaboration meeting between Moore County Schools and the Board of Education, we shared this determined path forward, and we were strongly encouraged to move forward as efficiently and effectively as possible so that we could provide you all, the Board of Commissioners, with the information you needed to determine funding. In an effort to expedite the process, on June 2nd, 2025, the board, Moore County Schools Board, endorsed using Pinnacle Architecture to develop a plan while we simultaneously searched for land. There were two overarching principles which were guiding our search. Number one, what is best for the students of Moore County now and for the future growth to come. And number two, how to be fiscally responsible with taxpayer money. With these guiding principles, the goal was to find a parcel that was large enough, suitable topography for building, negating the need to spend millions in site work. And for reference, in 2019, the site at Southern Pines Elementary had a 70-foot drop. And to prepare for a two-story school there, less area than Carthage will be because the staff there and school improvement plan really desire a one-story school. The cost to prep that site at Southern Pines Elementary was $4 million. So fast forward to 2026, needing more level area, you're looking at site development costs could be $6 to $8 million with the 70-foot drop. We want it located where traffic concerns could be mitigated and located where we could easily cascade students when the time came, take some students from Vast Lakeview, shift them over to Farm Life, and some students from Farm Life and shift them over to Carthage, allowing us to utilize capacity. And then have some availability for water as well as sewer. Several parcels were looked at as possible sites when we first began this look. Behind Coper Ford was the area that we looked at first. It was of the most interest to us because we had Shady Grove Lane, which would run behind, which would give an entrance not on a main highway. However, there were large areas of wetlands identified on the wetland survey there. And if you know that, I'm sure you all know how expensive that can get to develop on wetlands. Behind Pete's was taken a look at. The only road frontage there is on 15501. We were told perhaps there was some road frontage on Vass Carthage Road, but that parcel doesn't actually connect to Vass Carthage Road. There is an the power company has a road there, a small dirt road where they access the power line, but it would be, bless you, it would only come out on 15501. We looked at South McNeil and Rockingham Street. The road frontage on Rockingham Street was not enough to bring school in and out. We could have utilized it for a bus entrance, but not to bring school in and out, which would mean that school would come in and out right there on McNeil Street near Terra Plantation. That property also has an 80-foot drop. And then we looked at the end of McNeil Street and 15501, right here near Hillcrest, and it only came out on those two roads, McNeil Street and 15501. We looked at a piece of property on Union Church Road, but the only frontage was on Union Church Road, and we know already that's busy with New Century and Union Pines, so that was ruled out. And most recently, after mentioned at our Board of Education meeting, we took a deep dive, taking a look at that land at the water treatment plant. There's a water treatment plant there. There's a water tower. There's what appears to be a cell tower with lines heading out to cables heading out 300 feet in two directions. There's two ponds. One pond covers 8 acres. The other covers a little over half of acre. And as well, that property has a 70-foot drop. If you were to utilize, yes, sir. No, as we were looking at this property, we did what we had done on all the others, which is take an overview assessment of the feasibility of building a school on that property. No, sir. So, as we're looking with the two ponds, the 8 acres, another one covers a little over half an acre and a 70-foot drop. The other piece about this, so it's really not conducive to building. This land would either come out on 15501 or it would come out on Vast Carthage Road, the same road that the purchased parcel is on. And this land is only about 1.8 miles from the purchased parcel. So, unable to find exactly what was needed, we had to turn to...
Real quick, and I'm sorry I didn't have my mic on
That's
before. An important point is, but it's within the city limits of Carthage, which appears to be important to people, and it's in a developed community, not a non-developed corridor. Those are two significant factors that were not mentioned here, but so I just thought I'd point them out. Thank you.
Thank you. Unable to find exactly what was needed.
If you don't mind, I'll just offer one thing. After that parcel was discussed at the board meeting, on the way back from work, I went by it to check it out. It being on 15501 Vast Carthage was a concern to me, and I actually drove from that water plant to the parcel that was purchased, and it took me exactly 2 minutes to get down the road. So just want to make sure that information is provided as well.
All right, so unable to find exactly what was needed, we turned to GIS to identify open parcels. The owner of the parcel that was purchased was contacted, and he was willing to sell for the purpose of building a school and out of a desire to contribute to the community. We'll start with the pros of the parcel. There was adequate acreage for queuing and future expansion if needed. DOT was consulted on road access and queuing prior to the purchase. There was sufficient land to provide a buffer of trees from the road and other adjoining parcels. There was excellent topography requiring minimal site work. There's only 30-foot drop across those 30 acres. There's ability to access county water and town sewer services where the capacity of the lift station is already upgraded. We consulted with Brian Patnode, with the county, and Alan Smith with the town in the initial stages of the review to make sure that we could get water and sewer there. It's only located 2.8 miles from the current school site of Carthage Elementary and 3 miles from Sand Hills Farm Life, which is ideal for future redistribution when needed, negating the cost to expand Vast Lakeview, which is already at its core capacity and would save taxpayers a future cost of $10 to $12 million for an expansion, and that $10 to $12 million is if we were to build it today. The issue with Vast Lakeview and expanding is that they're already at their core capacity, meaning their cafeteria, media center, all of those spaces. So we can't just add on a few classrooms. We would have to go in and make sure, per state regulations, that those cores are expanded. That's when it becomes very expensive, because you're kind of expanding the heart of the school, and it's much more than just adding on some classrooms.
Just a question, if I might, about
Yes, sir.
the water and sewer connection with the proposed site, or the now purchased site. Do you have an estimate as to the cost of that connection?
Yes, sir, and that's our next con. That's what we're gonna look at. The cons of that parcel, first of all, I'll share this, Mr. Adams. Right there at the Joel Road intersection is water connection. So that would allow us to get on county water. It's right there at Joel Road. It's about 700 feet from the parcel. So the water is easily accessible. But the con to this parcel is that it is 2 miles from the lift station. So we would have to run a force main at an estimated cost of $3 million. And I got that number. Mr. Alan Smith from the town of Carthage helped us get that estimate from an engineer. The cost of that would be about $3 million. We would run that force main down Joel Road. The good part about that is he shared that with Carthage's some need for capacity in sewer, that this Cox station is upgraded. And so that was a plus, is that it would be running into the station that has upgraded capacity here at Cox. So yes, sir, it would be about $3 million to run that force main. We were also aware of environmental concerns over the former Hall site. We conducted soil and water testing to ensure that there were no environmental concerns present. The soil samples were taken from the southernmost end of the property. That's near Hall site. They were all reported as not detected, and we've linked those here so that you can go in depth and take a look at those. From ECS Southeast, who did the testing, they quoted the attached soil sample and lab results are approved by the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. There were no detectable concentrations, and there were no indications of petroleum impacts in soils throughout the depth of each boring, which went 2 to 3 feet. Water testing was also completed with only acetone being detected at a level of 11.1 parts per billion, or micrograms. The state threshold is 6 parts per million. And so when you convert that to the state measurement, the water tested would be equal to 0.011, far below negligible compared to state standards. So it should be noted that although we're not utilizing groundwater, we'll use county water. We just wanted to make sure that that was tested and there were no underlying issues. All others that were tested were not detected, and that official report is linked here. Why did this investment make sense? Although the $3 million sewer cost seems high, it is a strategic long-term investment. Other parcels were ruled out due to difficult topography, which would be costly to overcome, or they were only accessible by major roads, 15501, Highway 22, creating safety and traffic concerns. The new school on the parcel selected will help offset future growth at Sandhills Farm Life and Vass, saving taxpayer money in the future. Both of those schools are built out to their core capacity, so we couldn't add on classrooms without expanding those cores at Sandhills Farm Life and Vass, and building additions at Vass would be costly, as I already shared. While searching,
Ms. Purvis, while
Yes, sir.
you're talking about Vass, is the school board tracking that right now there's in excess of 600 homes permitted that haven't yet built, but the construction started? Do you think, and I'm not sure the distance to Farm Life from there, but that's going to put an ungodly amount of children on the road. I mean, are we tracking that it's 600 plus homes being built as we speak?
do you mean, sir, just in Vass or in our entire area?
In the Vass city limits alone.
Right. And that was, yes, sir, when ITRI did the study, they worked with each municipality to get the number of homes that were permitted at that time and look back at the growth that had been happening and what they expected to happen in the future. Now, I can't tell you, did they use exactly 600? I don't know the answer to that. But they did work with each municipality, and that's how they came up with the fact that VAS in the past, based on their study that was done in 2022, was not expected. But with the growth that's happening there, they said, hey, this one is going to be your school to go out of capacity first because of the booming growth. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it does. It
Okay.
just, that was, and I'm not sure when the survey was done on projected growth, but that's as of right now. If you go through there, it looks like major cities are being built in the city limits, and I'm just trying to, you keep saying the core, to build up, we have to extend the media center and
Right.
the cafeteria and everything. I'm just wondering about moving children to farm life, you know, if there are gonna be that many people there.
So right now, Farm Life has the ability to hold about 150 extra students. And so we would combine that with the capacity that would be extra at Carthage. So you'd be able to move some students from VAS to Farm Life, and then students from Farm Life to VAS.
Yeah, and in the back of my head, it just brings up, we can't find bus drivers as it is. And I know
Amen.
that's because the federal government has put their hands in it, but moving that many children that far away, anyway, got it, thank you.
So yes, sir, we wouldn't move them from VAS to Carthage. We would just shift those lines so that those closest to Farm Life would then go to Farm Life, and those closest to Carthage from Farm Life would go to Carthage, if that makes sense. And I do know there were some bus concerns, but the farthest that a kid would have to go additional on a bus would be 2.8 miles. Because if you're coming from the north end to Carthage Elementary, then yes, if you're on a bus, you'd have to pass Carthage and head to that parcel. But it's approximately a 7-minute drive on a bus from Carthage Elementary to that new parcel.
And I think in your brief, the last meeting you had said, the teacher that actually spoke said that there's an 8-mile straight line for Carthage. So some people would be going significant from the opposite side of Carthage.
Carthage covers the Tendance. It's 8 miles north to south and 15 miles east to west. Yes, sir. The new school on the parcel selected will help offset that growth. While searching for that parcel, we were simultaneously working with Pinnacle Architects to develop a floor plan for that new school. In an effort to save money, we chose to utilize a prototype which had already been built many times and was a proven design. We took Principal Wilms and his school improvement chairperson to visit that prototype, and they were very much in favor of that design. We do have the ability, although it's a prototype, to tweak that design, make it our own: brick selection, roof selection, interior finishes, and all those final decisions are yet to be determined. The school improvement team will be presented the plan and the rendering tomorrow, where they will give input and we'll gather feedback from them. So what you'll see today is by no means the final plan. This is the administration of Carthage Elementary and operations making some tweaks. I know our board wanted to make sure we included daycare in that school, and the prototype didn't have daycare. That's just an example of what was added to get it to meet our needs, although it was a prototype. We'll also gather feedback and input from our board construction committee and the board as a whole before that plan is finalized and approved. So this is just very preliminary, showing you the prototype that was chosen and where we are with it today. Within 2 months, we could have this final plan ready to bid out because it is a prototype and it's easy to tweak. And we could begin the process of site placement and development. Ms. Parker, could you click on that proposed school? This just gives you a look, if you're able to make that bigger. This is a 1-story school. It is all enclosed. As you know, Carthage is currently about 7 different buildings. So it was very important to get it all under one roof for safety purposes. There's only one entrance. That entrance, if you'll scroll down, Ms. Parker. Yes, sir.
For those taking pictures up here, I assume that brief will be posted on the agenda afterwards. I mean, feel free to take pictures, but this entire brief will be posted on the schedule.
Yes, sir, and this is linked. If you'll scroll down, Ms. Parker, you can see the entrance to the school has security vestibule. so that there is heightened security. There's only the front entrance, and that is it. Each school, each wing holds different grades. So you have your, over here to the far right, you have your daycare, preschool, kindergarten, first grade. Then you have your second and third grade and your fourth and fifth grade. Again, this is the prototype plan that has just been tweaked a bit. This is not the final plan. And this is what will be presented to our school improvement team there at Carthage, as well as to our board and our construction committee for final edits. It can be tweaked. We just wanted you to have an idea of what that prototype looked like. All right, questions regarding the proposed new Carthage before we proceed with the presentation?
Ms. Purvis, would you take a minute to talk about the traffic and the buffers around the school, the
Yes,
landscaping?
ma'am. So, as we looked at this parcel, I reached out to Tammy Jermiller, I think is her last name. She works with the Department of DOT, and she helps ensure that when new schools are built, that we queue those so that we don't have traffic on the road. I can certainly understand and appreciate our public's concern for traffic, because I realize, and I'm sure all of you do too, as you drive around, if you go to Carthage Elementary, you go to New Century, you go to Vass, you go to Union Pines, you go to Sand Hills Farm Life, you've got traffic on the road. And the reason is because those schools were built at a time when they put that school right on the road. And unfortunately, there's not enough land in front of those schools to allow us to queue that traffic and get it off of the road the way it needs to be. Even at Cranes Creek, that wasn't something that was thought of a lot when that school was built. That doesn't really snake. It goes in and the school's sat off of the road, but that drive kind of goes straight in to car ride or pickup. What will happen and what needs to happen to ensure that we mitigate those traffic concerns is that when you enter that parcel, the school would be situated towards the mid-back of that, and you would have traffic queuing that would snake around so that you're able to get cars off of the road. And so we did work with DOT to take a look at the size of this parcel and the ability to ensure. The goal was just that we would have cars turning in the school and out of the school. But we made it very clear that we did not want any cars on the road at drop-off or pickup time. And so that was the goal. In fact, they asked us, how many students are you expecting here? Because that will help us determine how long that queuing needs to be. My answer to her was, we're building this for 600, but we've got to realize that this school will probably be here 50 to 70 years like our other schools, and there could be a point in time when you need to add on to it. So I would like to make sure that queuing is for 800, just to ensure that in the future we don't end up with traffic problems. Does that answer your question, ma'am? Yes, sir.
If I could, while we're talking about the queuing, I have a follow-on question.
Yes, sir.
So one thing that I know people in the audience are thinking, because I'm thinking it, we seem to be confusing queuing with traffic, right? So every time the public expresses concerns about the increased traffic that this school is going to bring along what they characterize as a peaceful road, the focus is always shifted to, well, we're going to queue them inside our property, but those thousands of cars still have to get there. So my question is, what is the increased traffic count? I mean, surely someone did a study on what the increased traffic count is going to be on this, what they characterize as a peaceful country road.
Right. Right now, Carthage has about 310 students, and I'd say about 2/3 of those are car riders. You can never predict how many are going to be car riders, but usually about 2/3. So that would be the increased number.
So did we do a traffic study? Was a traffic study done?
There has not been a traffic study done yet, except for what was done by DOT previously on that road, which they considered when they came out and took a look at that property to say it would be a location that would be feasible. And I'd also share, that was, when we think about traffic, certainly, Farm Life Elementary is situated, has been there for 100 years in the middle of farm country, and they have a lot of traffic that comes in and out for the school, but it is still farmland that's farmed, and it's pretty peaceful. So, twice a day, yes, it would increase traffic on that road.
Yeah, I think times have changed since New Century was built and the other schools. I think that the public is, the perception is there's all this high-density housing and apartments and condos and stuff being built in the municipalities, to include Carthage, by the way, so don't sit there and act like you're completely innocent. But then they put the schools out in the rural areas, so it draws the traffic and stuff out of the intentionally designed. I mean, I sat in one presentation of the land use plan, and they talked about city centers and high-density housing in the, inside, where you think you build our schools close to or in where we're doing our high density. I think that's in character of our land use plan. But I believe these people believe that we're exporting the traffic and congestion from the city centers out to the rural areas. So the issue is the increased traffic, and you guys just heard it. We're building an 800-seat school, but now all of a sudden it might be we're building a 600-seat now, but it might be an 800-seat school.
The core will be built out to 600.
I understand.
Yeah.
But
So
I understand, but
if-
you did say.
I
my
did,
fairness, that
because in
maybe-
the future, we may,
Perhaps,
perhaps 50 years down the road, we may need some expansion, and I won't be here, and neither will most of us, but we have to think about that. You may be. Any other questions?
Just about the buffer.
The buffer,
the
yes, ma'am,
landscaping.
I'm sorry, I got
That's okay,
sidetracked.
no worries.
So one of the desires of the owner was to make sure that we have a buffer. And that buffer is not only from the road, we want a buffer from the road for safety so that we are situated back in that parcel, but also from neighbors. And so, yes, there will be a buffer of trees around the entire school.
All right, Chair Cook, we'll ask our commissioners to go first and then comments from our board.
I just have another question to follow up
Yes,
on
sir.
Mr. Hensley's, and that is, if one of the reasons you're doing this is because you think it would be expensive at Vast Lakeview to expand the core, to take additional students there, and you're already saying the potential would exist for 800 students in this location, albeit 35, 45, 50 years down the road, why wouldn't you build the core now to be able to accommodate the additional growth, rather than have to go back and be faced with the same problem in this location that you already have at Vast Lakeview?
Well, that is something that our board certainly could consider, sir, because the prototype was built for 800. So we would have to take that prototype core and the classrooms down to 600. That would be a board, and I suppose a joint board decision. Right now, if we were to build it, that would give us the 87% in 2034. But yes, sir, I mean, you could always build that core out larger if that's what the board decided to do.
While we're still on the topic of snaking traffic around and stuff like that. Hey, now y'all are happy, right? You hear my voice? Yeah. All right, so let's talk about the snaking and stuff. I live in Aberdeen, off Magnolia, all the way down there in Glen Laurel, and Southern Middle School's right there, right? That's set off the back of the road. Has a big old front lawn to it, side view, parking lot, bus parking if you're looking at the school to the left, a lot of room. You go down there at 2:45. I think they get out at 3:25. Go down there at 2:45. You'll be sitting on Magnolia, and you'll be sitting on Johnson Street. That's the one that comes out. Everybody knows where PetSmart is, right there. You'll be sitting. You won't go anywhere because there's a cop down there who's going to give you a ticket. Why do I know that? Yeah. And I sat down, I walked down there and sat and watched. And I watched all these, it was traffic from there at 1500, 3 o'clock, was sitting all the way back to the entrance of the title Title Wash. And then Johnson was all the way down to Moe's, where the restaurant is. And that's snaked all around the school. I went up there and watched the school, and they snaked it all around the front. They put them through the, it was going all over the place. I couldn't follow it if I wanted to. But it's addressing that and saying they're going to snake around and stuff like that. Unless you have very good people who know how to do that traffic control stuff, because right now there's a community back there, Gun Laurel, that just sits in traffic at that time until about 4 o'clock. And they can't move because you'll get a ticket. And there's a couple other ones off on the left-hand side of Magnolia that have the same problems. So the snaking thing, I don't think is a very good solution at all, because the lack of, this is systemic. This is a rolling, this is getting to be a big old blizzard ball here, because you have a lack of school bus drivers, right? School bus drivers can't get there, and some parents don't want their kids driving on the bus for an hour. So they're driving them in. And that's where it all comes from. You're getting this influx, and all these people saying we're going to have 80 million people in this county by the end of the next year. It's not true. They don't take effect at, what's it, 1.2 a year growth? All right, since I've been here, I've been here 20 years. Remember, I tell everyone else that I'm just new here. I've only been here 20 years, not like my colleagues, but the growth is not that rapid as everyone says, and the accountability of housing and everything going up in every place, you're putting a lot of cars on the street. And for someone to say that that's not going to be a factor with 600 houses being proposed in that area, and I drove down, what's the road going to the courthouse?
Down.
McNeil. I just saw a sign on the road this morning driving, because I went to the courthouse. I didn't come here, that's why I came in late. And I saw it was proposed building site, subdivision, right there on the side of the road. I was like, all right. So there's property there, enough property to put another subdivision there, so there's gonna be more traffic. And the road going out to the proposed school, or the land that y'all purchased already, is single lane both ways. I'm not the smartest tool in the tool shed, but I don't see how that's going to work with all the snaking and stuff like that. I've seen it in other schools. We've seen it at on Route 1 going north to Stars. That big problem up there with the traffic. That's an accident just waiting to happen. And it's going to happen because no one's, we're trying to do something about it, and people are dragging their feet. I guess something bad has to happen for something to happen. And unfortunately, guess who goes to that? Kids. So, egos need to be checked, and people need to start doing their jobs in other places. And having things done, I'm going to have this road down and everything's good and everybody's going to be doing great and snaking and low stuff. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. I don't see it with the schools that are currently in place. And until you get the schools currently in place, I don't see how you're going to say this is going to be done.
Well, Chairman Cook, all I could do to respond to that is that we've been working with our architects and engineers. This property does offer us a large tract of land to do that.
Okay.
Better than we've done in some other places, with the intention, as Ms. Purvis said, to have more queuing that's actually required for the core capacity of the school. And so that's the intent, that will pull traffic off the road. Anywhere we have a school, you're going to have traffic. That's just part of it.
I understand that.
And however, the intention here is to go into it planning to pull that traffic off the road. And so what you've got is cars going in and out and not backing up traffic on the road like we see in other places. So that's the intent. That's what we'd go in doing. And I think, the information that we shared shows that intent.
I spent a lot of time in Texas. You know how Texas, they have the main highways and they have that off roads, right? They run parallel to get off, so you're not going off into the highway exit ramp. You're would that be, can you talk to DOT in your planning cycle or whatever you're doing with your in progress reviews and such, and say, can you get an area that builds out like an actual turn into it? So
Yes,
no one
yes, sir.
stop?
That'll be part of the planning process, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, 'cause somebody, I mean, heads need to get together or rattled together or slapped together, whatever dudes, because, you know, people sitting up there in wherever they're doing this process, you need to get away from their computers and come down and sit in front of it and say, this isn't gonna work. And I bet you can ask a whole bunch of people around here and say, hey, I wanna test this out on a Friday afternoon. And I bet you'll get a couple hundred people out there with cars and see how fast this works.
And I think-
I'm not comfortable. I don't have a warm and fuzzy about this right now, about the road and the corners coming off to it and everything. It's single lane, and you're gonna have to improve the roads and the school buses going down there. I am not comfortable with this scenario at all. And that's just on the getting the kids to school and out of school and the parents.
And I do think, Chairman Cook, that you are absolutely right about Southern Middle. And one of the reasons that there's not more queuing there, the staff has been really great about trying to figure out how to take it around the school and all these things that really it wasn't designed to do. But it goes back to one of the things that you said. When Southern Middle was built, the number of kids that were on buses were more. We've seen that increase every year, the number of car riders. So that's a factor when DOT and engineers are planning, how do we queue this? They take a look at, well, how many folks do you have riding the bus? Because that's not a car coming in, right? So when Southern Middle was developed and engineers and DOT and everything did that, you know, it's not enough queuing. They're snaking around, and I'll give kudos to admin, they're doing the best they can. But it's really not designed there, and you know, we'd have to really rework that. I know DOT just helped us with a study at High Falls Elementary, do the same thing, at taking a look at, okay, that school wasn't developed for this many car riders, so how do we now use the land we've got and try to make it better? And so DOT just helped us come up with a plan that hopefully, you know, we can make come to fruition in the future to help that queuing. But I think you're dead on with the fact that we have more car riders than ever was expected when that school was built.
I mean, I'm 100% serious about this. You want that problem solved, go find a retired first sergeant, and he'll square that away in about 10 minutes. And because that whole front lawn, they don't use. And I sat there and watched it, and I made notes and stuff like that. So you got it, you're gonna run with it, and I hope there's a lot more improvement done on this than the other schools, because it's not just here, it's Union Pines.
It's
How many wrecks
everywhere.
at Union Pines,
Aberdeen Elementary.
Aberdeen Elementary, everywhere. So it's systemic, and if we can address it prior to getting anything onto it, it's our job, it's our duty to make sure we knock that out.
Yes,
before we
sir.
get that
I
done.
agree with you. It's an issue and it has to be addressed.
Question, Ms. Purvis.
Yes, sir.
Can we depict the queuing pattern as a visual at some point? And give an estimate of what is the total capacity of that queuing pattern? How many vehicles does that accommodate? I think that would be helpful.
That is something that we would have done when the site work is done. That is not something that I would suggest we pay for until we're ready to know that the funding is here for the school, because that's expensive work. But we could do some preliminary, which is what we've done with DOT, but we won't have a visual until that school is sited and they actually are paid to come out and help us figure out what that would look like, if that makes sense.
Sure, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Purvis, I'll throw one more thing in there.
Yes, sir.
Hopefully, when they're doing the planning, and I don't know if it's changed, we got a terrible problem at Aberdeen Elementary and getting people off the road number 5 and getting them back on. And I guess because we don't own the property on the edge of the road. But the last time I was in there, which has been a while for that school, there wasn't an additional lane for the buses to get out. And then you had people that were trying to get work that were in the queuing line, and they actually were trying to get to work or some other issue there at the school. So they were getting on the one-way side of the road and driving against traffic for a quarter of a mile, hundreds of yards. It's according to where they were at in the line. So hopefully that will be taken into consideration. Not only are the queuing people there, but there are people gonna need to get in and out that don't wanna wait 45 minutes in line, and/or the bus issue with getting your buses in and out as well.
Yes, sir. The intent would be to have a dedicated, separate entrance and exit for the bus. So they would not come in and out of the same where car riders are. And we've done that now at Pinecrest, and the improvement there is just great. Because it keeps those buses at Pinecrest from having to try to get out into the traffic. It also keeps those buses from getting stuck in that car rider line, which then, of course, increases the amount of ride time those students have because they're stuck in a car rider line. So that would be something that,
And/or the people that have another reason for being at the school, rather than
That
them
are
wait
not
out
picking
by
up.
number 5 for 45 minutes till they can either drive up the wrong side of the road or either get there. So
Yeah.
the other people need to be taken into consideration as well when you're in your planning process.
I am happy to report that Aberdeen Police are helping us at the end of the road there. They had not been there before, but they are ensuring that cars can only turn right there at the end, which has been helpful. And as you know, I wasn't here in that planning stage, but that was one of the things that was happening, was that people were trying to turn left, and with the number of cars there and no stoplight, we've requested a stoplight several times to be added there, and one is supposed to be coming, but it's not there yet. But I will say they did start helping
It's
us.
been coming for 3 years. When the subdivision finishes, they've said, once that's done, then we'll put you a stoplight. And we couldn't even get school zone signs put out there because we didn't own the property to the road. So-
Right.
And Aberdeen only has 5 full-time officers on
Right.
each shift, not counting who's in the office. So, and there are a lot of schools out there requesting, so we need to make sure that whatever traffic direction we have, our SROs, deputies, or whoever, we can't include municipalities in that just because they're stretched thin as it is.
The last update, when I called just to say, hey, could you give us an update on the stoplight, was that project had been out, had been bid out, and that contractors would determine where in that project the stoplight was put in. So they couldn't tell me where that was going to be until contractors gave them the timeline of the project.
Ms. Purvis,
Yes,
I
sir.
got to ask this question. I'm
Yes,
going
sir.
to try to bring us back to why we're here. Carthage Elementary, not Aberdeen, the rest of this stuff that we're talking about. What's the critical need at Carthage as it exists right now? Because we got kids there going to school right now. Why are we at this point?
So at this point, there are needs that need to happen at Carthage.
What are the needs?
Number one, the roofing needs to be replaced.
Okay.
So when you're talking about the roofing, as you know how old that building is, those buildings, it's not just one, you're talking about extensive. We've done repairs to the roof, we've tried to add to the roof and keep it going, but in order to replace a true roof replacement, to give it some longevity, we're gonna have to do abatement. And that means taking kids out of a school, putting them in a mobile or a site somewhere else while we do that building. That's what we did at Pinckney. And you'll know they had to wrap that building, and we had to move those kids to a different building until we could get that done. That's considering the roofs. When you think about the classroom sizes and the changes that have happened with education, you've got classrooms there that are not really right-sized for the number of students today. So, for example, they don't match the number of square feet. You've got like 5th graders in a classroom that's about 900 square feet. One of them, I think, is 850, so not right-sized. You've got plumbing that needs to be redone underneath piping, underneath the school. So not just the plumbing when we think about toilets, sinks, et cetera, but the actual infrastructure. When you're thinking about HVAC and boilers, that needs to be redone. The pipes that would run the boiler, they all need to be redone. What you're looking there is just an infrastructure that is really old.
Okay, we got old infrastructure, I get it. Are the kids at risk today? Is the roof gonna fall? Are they being heated? Are they being cooled?
They're being heated, sir, and they're being cooled. The roof
And
is
I
not gonna
think we,
fall.
I think this board actually gave you money to repair the heating and cooling here recently.
We did a portion of that we had to do, the condensate lines, that C-pipe project.
Right.
Because it was just smoke rising from the ground, and so we did have to dig up and fix a portion of that. The gym has some structural issues that need to be addressed. We had an engineer come out and take a look at that. We wanted to address that much the way we did the other gyms, because you know Carthage doesn't have air, and we wanted to put that in. The issue there was that once you start touching those structural issues, and you'll remember when you start taking out the windows and you start doing those things, then you have to become ADA compliant because you have to bring it up to code. If you've walked in that Carthage gym, you know what that entrance is like, heading
Yeah,
down
I
there.
went there, so I do know
I know.
what it's like.
So, and I'm speaking to everyone, I knew you went there, but, so anyway, the preliminary cost for that was about 1.2 million to get that.
1.2 versus, we're talking about, right now, based on what I'm seeing, we're talking about 1.1 million per student in a new school, per student cost. Over $1 million per student. And that is wise taxpayer expenditures?
I think total needs were more like 20 million to
Yeah,
bring
once,
Carthage up to where it needs
if
to
we
be.
did everything, it
Yeah,
was
that's
about 20.
estimated, but you don't actually have a quote to do it.
No, sir, we
No.
don't actually have a
So
quote.
we don't really know
The
the answer
largest-
to that.
The largest plea that we've heard from parents is the fact that it's 7 separate buildings and the safety issue that comes along with that. So what we've heard from parents and the teachers and the community is that they really prefer and would like, for safety reasons, for those kids to all be in one building.
Yeah, I find it interesting the parents are that way now, but they also told you they don't want that school. So why are you listening to the parents about not redoing the Carthage on the same site like we did in Pinehurst, but moving to a different site where the parents are not wanting their kids to go?
Well,
So you
we
can't
did-
have it both ways. You can't say the parents are doing one thing, so we're gonna do that, and then the other thing is, well, the parents are telling us this, but we're gonna do it anyway.
Well, I think that two things. Number one, we did have an architect come in and give us a look at what would it look like to build back on that site. And when we had that meeting in '24, we showed the folks there, hey, we can build on this site. Here's what it would look like. This is what we would have to do to make it happen. But with 7.6 acres, there's not a lot that you can do. This is what we could do. 2-story school, we would situate it here. Ultimately, the decision was that. I do know that there's opposition to the school, sir. To say that it's all the parents, I can't say that. I don't know. I don't know who we're hearing from. We've got 310 kids there. We haven't heard from 300. I mean, I can't personally say.
Yeah,
how
and you
many
probably
are-
didn't hear from 300 when they said the school wasn't safe. So that's what I'm saying. You can't be driven by a few parents as far as building a new school when you're not willing to hear from a few parents that this is a bad location.
Well, I
You
think
can't, common sense, again, I go back to.
Yes, sir.
I understand Dr. Locklear's excitement, but I'm not excited at the possibility of having to send my taxpayers an increased bill for millions and millions of dollars for basically $1 million a kid. I just don't see that as being a very prudent expenditure of taxpayer money, number one. Number two, when you don't actually know and hadn't done the full research on what it would do to replace the school at the site where that town and the historical part of it, and I'm not much into historical things as a lot of people are, but it's important to some. You know, we used to have a K through 12 school there, or at least 1 through 12. I can't remember if I went to kindergarten there or not. It's too long ago. But I do know we used to have a high school there as well. And to make the suggestion that it's got to be moved, it's just not passing my common sense test when it's been there for as long as I've been alive. And I think that's where it needs to be, staying in the school. If we're able to do it in Pinehurst, why can't the people of Carthage get the same respect?
Can I speak to that real quick? sir?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Appreciate that concern. And I was a parent at Pinehurst. I sent all 3 daughters through Pinehurst Elementary while they were rebuilding that school. And I was personally, as a parent that went through that, glad that that proposition was not taken that direction. The main concerns I had as a parent were clearly safety, building off-site. So basically, if you remember in Pinehurst, they had to take them all to the park, had mobile units set up. And so as a parent, I was very hesitant for my daughters to go to a mobile site. And I felt like that was just not safe, not just as far as the worst case scenario, but also tornadoes. Honestly, my daughters were in trailers at Pinehurst, and I feared as a parent, tornadoes unfortunately have ripped through Moore County, and that was actually my primary concern, was weather related and things like that. So, and then whenever we discussed the new site being replaced on that current spot, the increased capacity of the school up to 600, I would worry about the traffic and the road frontage right there getting even worse than it is. So I personally, as a parent, was...
Well, then I go back to the thing I'm talking about. You go back to projections. The projections have proved to be absolutely worthless. Again, unfortunately, or fortunately, I've been on this board since 2008. You basically had the same number of kids in Moore County schools as you did in 2008, yet the projections were telling us we will have twice as many. So projections have not proved out. Because, I can tell you why, because not Moore County schools, but public schools as a whole have been driven to an ideology that nobody wants to send their kids to public schools. And if you did want to send your kids to public schools as a parent, then that's probably a last option, not a first option. And I'm going to think you're going to see that. Well, you can shake your head, but if you're a Christian, that's what you're thinking. As far as I'm concerned, I would not let my kids go back to a public school, and I did not as soon as I could get mine out. But having said that, the projections are probably not going to hold true. You're seeing a decline in Carthage over the last year, a decline in the number of kids by your own data. You're seeing a decline in students all over. And if I'm having a problem also with this, not only with Carthage, but didn't we build a McDeeds Creek to actually, what you were selling at the time was that was going to alleviate bass and farm life. What happened to that alleviation if that was such a situation that we're talking about the same way here as far as Carthage and alleviation? It doesn't sound like it alleviated anything if you're saying now Carthage is going to be the savior as farm life. There's just, history is not backing up what you're saying.
Well, let me respond to that, sir, if I could. In all due respect, the projections we've gotten from NC State and Entry over the decade I've been here have been, statistically speaking, pretty accurate. Pretty accurate.
Really?
Overall, have been
Really?
pretty accurate.
Really? Okay. We're going to have a
and
discussion on
and
that one.
before we went forward with the need at Carthage, we made sure we had the most updated data to move forward with the projection we were seeing in the Area 1 in order to be thinking about the capacity needs in elementary schools in Area 1. To your question about McDeeds Creek, McDeeds Creek is now almost at capacity. It's got 700 and something students. 740. It's built to a core capacity of 800. It did relieve overcrowding at Bass and Sandhills Farm Life when it opened up. But it continues to serve that area, and that's a growing area, as we've noted. So the idea, the thought process here in being forward thinking 10 years down the road, looking at what are the capacity needs in elementary schools in this area 10 years from now, based on those projections from NC State, based on all the data they had available, and building it to a 600 core capacity would give us about an 87% of capacity. I would also note that when looking at that site, we did have a preliminary work, an architect look at what that would look like. We had discussions with parents. We had discussions. We invited the entire community in. We also have a resolution. We also have a resolution from Town of Carthage that said, hey, we understand it may not be able to build on the same site, and we've shared that information as well. So we truly do want to do what's best for those students. As far as the facility need itself, we didn't come into today thinking I was going to have to make the case for it, for replacing Carthage Elementary, quite frankly. I thought that was kind of an understanding and an agreed upon need. However, we did have a facility assessment done. We do have the hard numbers on that. And when you think about the millions of dollars it would cost to bring Carthage to the level it needs to be at currently versus the investment in a new school, I think that was the overriding need that was shared years ago. And we had an updated assessment done, I believe, in 2023, Ms. Purvis, facility assessment. So we've got those hard numbers if we want to dig into those and walk through those. Didn't bring those with me today, but we have those numbers. There is definitely a need to replace this school.
Okay. Having said that, you may have understood that it was need in your board. That's the reason I made the statement, that until we understand that need with detail, knowing you've covered all, because we've been down this road. We have built 6 new schools in the last 12 years in Moore County. 6. Brand new. And now we're saying we're out of capacity here and there. To me, if I was on this, and I'm not, and I respect these guys, they got elected, they have a hard job. I wouldn't want your job because you're dealing with kids, but people's kids, parents, tough. But I would think that you would be coming here today to tell me how we're going to alleviate the problem in our high schools. When we absolutely know they're over capacity, you can't tell me that we don't have core problems in those schools. And that, to me, should be your number one priority. And that should be the first thing the taxpayers take care of as far as this, not Carthage Elementary. Carthage is in operation. The high schools are in operation as well, but we've seen that they're way over capacity by your own numbers and your own projections. They did prove true, because there's very few private options right now in Moore County for high schools. But once those options increase, I think you're going to see some alleviation as well in your high schools, but they don't exist at this point. So my question again is, why is Carthage your number one need at this point? Why is it costing? First of all, it shouldn't have been you coming to us and telling us what it's going to cost. You should have came to us and said, how much can the taxpayers afford? And it's like we do it with anything else. When we go to build a home.
Quite frankly, Mr. Paserno, you did say, bring us a plan, bring us an estimate.
Bring us a plan, but you didn't you didn't give us any details. And you didn't say, here's what it's actually going to cost. Or you didn't ask us, what do we have to spend? You just gave us the details. And we asked that because we weren't getting any information.
Yeah, Mr. Paserno, remember that, as soon as I was elected, we had some really great meetings, 2x2s. We had you, Chair Cook, our superintendent, our county manager, Vice Chair Davis, and we had really good meetings. And you said to us that you wanted to pay cash for Carthage Elementary, that the county had that cash in hand and not to go with a bond. We gave you those details. We gave you the step timeline of when we were going to do each step to this means, to this day. And since
I don't recall
June,
a timeline.
And since June, we gave you our master facilities plan that was approved by the previous board and updated with this board. And we, since June, have attempted to have those meetings again. And I know that you're incredibly busy, so are we. But we have offered, and I followed up with emails with with all of that information for you. So, sir, it really hurts my heart to hear that you are, you have a biased perspective today that, you said that you would not put your child in public
That's
school.
a personal opinion that I'm entitled to.
And
And I'm not a school board
I would
member.
like to ask you to remember that we serve the school, the children of Moore County, and we value this work. That's why we were elected. We chose to do this work. It is important work because our children are our future. And our Carthage Elementary School teachers, families, commissioners, town council, we all need a new school. I have been in Carthage for decades as a teacher, as a support teacher, as an administrator, and it is not adequate for what our children need. And so that's why it's at the top of the list. But if you look at our agenda, we are going to talk about the issues at our high schools because we are over capacity in our high schools. But you grew up here just like I did. And you know that for decades, we kicked the can down the road with building schools and replacing them on a timeline that was comparable to what our children need.
No, I
And
can tell you
here-
what the problem was.
And here we
All right.
are at this
I'm
moment.
glad you brought that up.
I'm about to end.
Good.
But we are in this work together. We need you. We cannot do this alone. And I promise you that we're doing our very best. We're trying to save taxpayer dollars. We're doing our research. We've got the data and the numbers. We need you to be a part of this, to do the work for our children in Moore County.
Okay, first of all, let me go back to, that was my personal opinion as far as why kids, if those projections were correct, then you wouldn't see kids going to private school. And some of them even homeschooled, right? There's one on your board that homeschooled. Got no problem with that. I'm not making a general statement. That's my opinion. As far as taking care of kids, I take care of the parents of these kids who right now are struggling to put food on the table. Because more taxes mean less things they can do. The other thing that you said was that why in the world have not these buildings been maintained? We give the school systems millions and millions and millions of dollars every year. The primary responsibility is to maintain the facilities, as we have told you. Now, at this point, you're spending, right now, I'm saying in Moore County, 201 local positions, which should never be spent on local positions. That is your choice as a board to divert that money from positions or from maintenance to positions. That's what's put us in this mess. And don't tell me that we have not addressed the needs of the schools. As a board member, I have never, ever voted
talking-
against one.
I'm talking historical, like 70s, 80s, 90s, from when we were growing up.
Well, hey,
That's why Carthage is we're still using the same building today that, your parents and,
you know
our
what?
grandparents.
We're still using the same building for our tax department, our administration, our lawyer, our county administration, and you know what? It works just fine.
And we have made it work, Mr. Paserno, but I will say that this is a moment, it's a breakthrough moment. We can do what's right for our children in Carthage. And
I love how
focus
it's
on our
always
high
about the
schools.
kids. It's always about the
Yeah,
kids.
because they're our future.
Yeah, they are our future.
Just like you
And
turned
you
out great.
Well,
And-
some people would disagree with that.
Well, you did. You did.
But look, I am for Moore County schools, and I want you to have the very best. But you got to do it in a fundamental way that makes sense to the taxpayers. When we build, and we may pay cash for it, but I can tell you right now, you can issue. We're probably going to force you to go to a bond issue and sell this to the public. We still may make cash. We don't have to sell the bonds. That's one thing you probably don't know as a fairly new person in a public seat.
Right.
We do not have to sell the bonds, but we do want to get voter approval when we're talking about spending millions of dollars, especially when it has escalated from $11 million that we built West End Elementary to 35 and 40 million. Last time I heard, Pinehurst was one of the most expensive schools we've built in the state of North Carolina.
And as long as
That
we-
was really taking
if we
care of the
keep
taxpayers.
Kicking the can down the road, is the cost is
When-
going to
I
rise.
can't see kicking can down the road when we built 7 new schools in the last
Well,
12
it-
years.
It took a lot of work to get to that point with our bonds,
Hi-
with the community stepping up.
Look, I can tell you again, go back and look. I pushed for a quarter cent for exactly to help the schools. It failed. And I can tell you why it failed. Because Dempsey and the Democratic Party did not want it. Because they say sales tax is an optional tax. We need to force the rich people of Moore County to pay property taxes for those things. Well, guess what? They changed their mind and they voted it in. Then you waited till after I was off in 2016, we offered to build you 3 brand new schools. 3. And John Barath and Grimacy looked at us and said, we do not want to build those schools right now. We have other plans. And the other plan was an advanced career center at Sand Hills Community College. So don't tell me about history. I've been on this board for almost 16 years. And thank God I can't wait till my term's over, because I'm ready to go home. But I can tell you this for a fact. To say that we have not looked after the kids of Moore County
That's
that
not
hurts
what I
my
said.
heart. Well, okay.
That's not what I
I'm
said.
glad you said that, because it heard like, I heard, we're not looking after the kids
No.
because you're putting them as a priority, and if we don't follow your steps, then we're not,
No,
okay.
no, sir.
Yeah.
I did not mean to imply
Okay,
that.
well then,
But
thank you for
li-
that.
Like I've said since the beginning, it's gonna take both boards, it's gonna take the community to make sure we do what's right for our children. I'm talking about long time ago. You have definitely helped us. Those teaching positions were critical to maintaining the services that we deliver. And yes, we have made it work with the funding that you've given us. So we still are trying to, but at this point, trying to take care of that building right now at Carthage Elementary, it's gonna cost us way too much money. And building a new school that's built for the needs of elementary school children and for our community is where we recommend we move forward. And we need your help to make that happen.
Well, we're
Nick,
gonna help you.
I can answer your question, Nick.
Good.
I'll answer your last question first, and I have a couple comments. The reason this is number one priority, and I'm the one who suggested it, right? So, I'll take ownership of this. Look, I realize that our number one need, as you know, is overcrowding our high schools. And this was my justification and thought process. Building a new high school and certainly renovating the high schools is very complicated. There's a lot of muscle movements, so that seemed like a midterm project. It's a very expensive, it's a 5 to 6 year project in my mind, and when we discussed this as a board on the previous board, we put Carthage Elementary. It's really second to the high schools, but it was a recognition that the high schools would just take longer. But I have other more important things to add. But that's the answer. That's a simple answer to your question.
Okay.
So let's talk about. I do want to say that Mr. Johnson talked about the safety of students when they're in trailers, right? When they build Pinehurst Elementary. First of all, we're never doing that again because that ended up costing $4 million that the taxpayers of Pinehurst should have paid, not the county. But no one's saying trailers because, one of the courses of actions that we considered as a board that was never presented to you guys, and that's the point of what I'm about to say. One course of action we discovered because there was a contingent of people who wanted small community schools, myself, Chair Levy, and Ms. Bruno among them, right? So one course of action was we buy a parcel of land somewhere along a growth corridor, right? And we build a small 350 seat community school. And then after we build that school, we take the students at the existing Carthage Elementary, we move them to that school, then we remodel the existing Carthage Elementary School because I personally realized two things. I realized the value of smaller community schools where everyone knows their names instead of these big mills. And secondly, I knew and understood that people intuitively, especially if you live in a town, you want your kids to walk to school. So then we move the students to the new school because you only have 350. Then you remodel Carthage Elementary. Then you rebalance the students, and you end up with 700. You end up with 700 seats. It costs a little more, but that's what the people want. So anyway, this was presented and discussed among the board. Here's why you guys never heard it. You guys have heard me say, and the public has said, I want an interactive planning process that includes all the stakeholders in the course of action development. We come up with a course of action, we present it to the county, we present it to the school board, we present it to the county commissioners, we present all three courses of action to the public, we get the input, we come back, we go through another iterative planning process, and we do it again until we get it right. The reasons you guys never got an opportunity to present in that is because I am the committee I am the chair of the construction committee. That is my job, and I came up and presented these courses of actions. However, the chair and vice chair, the chair mentioned about all these 2x2s that she did with you guys, and that's correct. But you know who they didn't have there? They didn't have me, the chair of the construction committee. And my question to you, Mr. Paserno, or any of you all that were there, did they present courses of action to you and let you, hey, here's 3 things we're looking at doing, and let you get your input? Because that's what I would have done in a 2x2. I would have presented the courses of action, and I would have solicited your input, and then I would have made sure that the committee considered it and the board considered it. If the chair and vice chair present, I don't know whether they presented them or not, but if they presented them, they never came back to us with your preferences. So there's the feedback problem.
Yeah, that's the whole thing with the 2x2. I think they were productive. I think they did a very good job at giving the information that we were looking for. But those were only in 30,000-foot levels. To get down to the 10,000 or why we're here today really requires the boards. We're not the board. Me and him are not the board.
Yep.
This is the board. You're the board. The board should be making these decisions as a whole, in public, very transparent, so that everybody knows what's going on. That's why I love this meeting. I know there's been some hard things said, and I apologize. I've hurt anybody's feelings. I do. I don't like hurting people. I like people. I love people. That's why I do this job. But as far as transparency and getting together, we should have done this. If Carthage was this high of a priority, then we should have gone to these meetings. And to say that we couldn't get together, there was only one time we tried, and that was you were gone, Pauline was gone. We got requests not to have that meeting because a lot of your board weren't going to be there, so we didn't do it at that meeting.
Yeah, just to correct the information, my board members did not tell me they were not available.
Well, I
And
can't help that.
happened
That's your
behind the
board.
scenes. That happened behind the scenes without my knowledge.
Well,
So,
that's why
we were
that
full-
meeting.
we were ready to go.
Actually, Chair Calcutt, Cindy called me and asked my availability for the month of September, I believe it was, and I said I was available every day except Fridays. I said that. And, apparently there's a staffing issue because I was asked and I answered and I said no Fridays, and it was in fact scheduled on a Friday. Ms. Dahl, I understand, but Chair Calcutt's the one who made the assertion. I was just setting the record straight.
All right, thank you, Dr. Dahl. Go ahead.
So my question is about numbers. We have heard this number of $1 million per student. I would call it $1 million per seat because, of course, there are successive students. But I find it very hard to figure out how that number fits with what we know. So the school is going to have a capacity of 600. If we want to have the highest possible number per student, we could say it might start out with 300 students. What's the estimated cost at this point?
The estimated cost at this point, we don't have it bid out, but was $40 million. And I will share, Mr. Hensley is correct that we did have some discussion in construction committee about 2 small schools. The reason I think ultimately that wasn't decided on by the greater board was because we took a look at how much is it going to cost us to build a 400 capacity school. In other words, let's just replace Carthage to serve exactly what it's serving now, give it a little bit more, but we can't put a school for 600 there. The land just doesn't allow it, right? So we'd have to put a school back there for that size, about 400, 450. Right now they have about 310 students, so give a little bit of growth. But what that would require in the future is a second school. And we all know economy of scale wins out when you're looking at dollars. So to build one school that holds 600 versus 2 schools that hold 350 each, it's more economical, economy of scale. And that's kind of where that landed.
I'd like to follow up
Yes, ma'am.
and say that I did the math. That's $67,000 per seat, not $1 million.
$67,000 per seat on 600 kids.
At
And
600
$40
and
million.
at 300 kids, it would be 133,000 per seat.
Oh, really? Okay.
Not $1 million. Nowhere close to $1 million.
All right. Well, thank you for that. So it's only $100-some thousand per seat. Sorry. I'll be glad to tell our folks we're going to be building a $100,000 per seat school.
And the 2-on-2 boards, you're absolutely correct. That, I don't know where I was and missed a lot of these details, but I do know that senior leadership was sitting in the back of the courtroom during our meeting, our commissioners meeting last week, and nobody, even knowing it's a hot topic and that we're getting hundreds of calls from the civilians, Nobody thought while they were in the room till the close of the meeting to let us know that the deed had already been signed and everything was done. That is one of those things, transparency. Okay, when did you send the email? The night. Okay, you had the whole leadership sitting back there, or a big part of the leadership, and they could have said, oh, just for your heads up, y'all are in a meeting to let you know. That would have been common courtesy. Before, while we're getting blindsided, finding out from the general public that the deal had been signed.
All right.
Yes, sir, we closed on the property on Wednesday.
I think you closed on it, this deed said you closed on it the 21st, but I may be wrong.
It's Wednesday, correct?
Okay, you registered it on Wednesday, you closed it on the 21st is what this deed says. It may
Well,
be
and that may,
erroneous.
I can't speak to what's on there, I just say we signed off and closed on Wednesday.
I have a copy.
Yes, sir.
You care for
Yes,
it.
sir. The owners may have signed on the 21st, we signed off and closed the next
Usually
day.
they like to have both of them in the same room when they're doing that, so.
And even so, I feel the need to mention this as well. This is the second time that we basically were surprised. No one in elected office likes to be surprised. I'm sure you all don't, and we don't as your commissioners. We learned about the potential for locating the school out at the corner of Jewel and the Bass Carthage Road from the taxpayers who had heard about it from who knows where. Then we find out about the fact that you've already purchased the property, at least some of us, not until 2 days afterwards. And that doesn't do a lot to engender trust between the two boards. And I would suggest that in the future, you try and involve us earlier and involve the public, because they're interested as well. And I'm going to make just a couple of comments about the location. And Superintendent Locklear, I'm sorry, but like Mr. Paserno, I just don't share your enthusiasm for this school and that location. I do share enthusiasm for a new Carthage school. I think it's needed, if for no other reason than the safety concerns that were mentioned earlier. I think to have kids spread out over multiple schools in this particular day and age with the problems you have finding SROs to be able to stand in front of one door, much less 7, speaks to that. But what I do see here is that you picked a location where kids are going to have to ride a bus to get there, and I don't care whether it's 10 minutes away by bus or 30 minutes away by bus. The first kid who gets on that bus is going to be on it for 45 minutes or an hour before they can get to the school, and the same thing is going to happen to them in the afternoon when you have locations inside the city where that wouldn't be the case, where parents can today drop their kids off. The second is that you're going to add traffic in rural areas where it's not wanted, and creates, we've already heard in here today, potential safety concerns with that 2-lane road. We are going to stress a rural area, is one of the things that came up in the hearing that we had, where members of the public came in and spoke about their desires where the school were concerned, where a school in this area is going to cause a push toward additional growth. We've just adopted a new land use plan for the county. And in that land use plan, we're not going to encourage, in fact, we're strongly discouraging development in areas that are RA. This area where you're putting this school or proposing to put this school is in one of those areas. And that's going to put pressure on us from developers and others who are then going to want to locate in those areas as well. So it's undue stress that you're going to be putting the people who live in those areas who don't want that development, and where your commissioners have said, we don't want that development, it's going to be back out there as well. And lastly, just one thing that's not come up is, you know, people, and I've seen it at the Carthage School, and having grown up about a block and a half from the old Southern Pines Elementary School, kids use
kids use playgrounds and gymnasiums and stuff after school. So now what you're gonna, and on weekends, so now what you're gonna have to do is your parents are gonna have to load up the car or the van, take them out there, be with them all the time, and basically you're spending money on something that you're not gonna have the full utilization of. So I really think that you need to go back and take a look at this thing. We saw the slide about being in the immediate Carthage area, and I'm sorry, I'm an old governmental guy from way back, and, you know, how do you define immediate Carthage area? You know, when I look at that, I can see that as meaning inside the city limits of Carthage, as in immediate. You might define it another way, but I don't think that that alone would have been enough to alert the public that you're thinking about locating something outside the city limits of Carthage. And the last thing I'll mention is we are talking about $3 million, the initial estimate to run a sewer line. We talked about the fact that you spent $4 million to do the changes to the topography that you needed to put the new Southern Pines Elementary School where it is. That's pretty close to being a wash. So I'd, particularly if you can find one of these other sites where you may have to do some additional work to make the site ready, where you've already got sewer, that would be very close nearby. So I think when I look at this, and certainly from what I heard when I met with the residents of the area out around the school, the telephone calls that I have gotten, I've had more phone calls about this than I had about the land use plan. The people who live here do not want this school in that location. And I think you need to, as Mr. Hensley suggested earlier, you had some time after your last meeting where you could have gone back and talked with us about where some of these other areas were, and instead we find out that you've already bought land. I think that was a mistake. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And I evidently was not on your mailing list, Madam Chair, because I didn't get an email from you. So that's.
I stand corrected. I think it was the email about, the location that we were considering. So, yeah, I did not send you an email that we had bought the land. My apologies.
I'm sure it probably went to
Yeah, no,
the
my
chair.
apologies. Any other comments from our Board of Commissioners?
This may have already been asked and answered, I'm not sure, but what was the cost of the land? What did we pay for it?
The cost of the land was $465,000 for the parcel. And then we did do some geotesting and some environmental testing. I think that added together about $25,000.
Thank you.
Mr. Ritter, I do have a comment on that, though, is one of the things I asked in closed session when we were negotiating for the land is I made sure that I made sure of two things, actually in case this went south, right? I mean, literally in case this went south, I made sure of two things. One is I asked, is a requirement that we build a school on the land? There's no requirement in the contract that we build a school on the land, so maybe we do something else with it, like donate as a park or whatnot. And secondly, I made sure that we purchased it at the right price so that, you know, maybe if it did have to change hands or whatnot. So, you know, we are not required to build a school on this parcel of land as a term of the contract.
Just in my personal opinion and just seeing the real estate market in Moore County, I think you did get a good deal on the land, and that does leave options open.
We may have a new park or something. Who knows how this is going to end up?
All right, I'll turn to my Board of Education members. Mr. Johnson, we'll start with you. Any comments?
Sure. Sharing a microphone with Mr. Hensley, so I'll take it any chance I can get. I think you might need one. No. Yeah, so I appreciate this collaboration. When I saw this meeting on the calendar, the first thing that came to my mind was, you know, our federal government is shut down, which is ridiculous. You know, our state government can't get us a budget, also kind of ridiculous. And so my hope is that local government can come together and solve these issues. So really appreciate this time together. I will say the more that I thought about this, I also want to mention that this board voted unanimously to purchase this site. And as you can tell, we don't do many things unanimously around here, including our own meeting minutes. We can't even unanimously approve those. So at the time the options were presented, they did exactly what we had directed them to do, which was save taxpayer money, think about traffic, think about queuing, get a site large enough to not only build out this school, but also build out the queuing so we can get the traffic off the road. We also made sure that we directed them to move efficiently and effectively, because when I was running for board, the main thing I heard was, let's get past the chaos, let's get past the distraction, let's get things done, all right? And number one on our list was to get Carthage Elementary School done. And so that's why I was elected, and that's why I wanted to push and direct our superintendent and staff to do that, and I believe they've done that very efficiently. Have there been communication issues? I believe there have been. I firmly believe we can solve those issues. One thing you may not have seen in our strategic plan is it specifically calls out in our strategic plan to work with our county commissioners transparently and openly. So I know we've had some work to do with that, and I hope this is the start of what that can look like. My opinion on the site, the more that I thought about it, is I come to like it even more, to be honest with you. Because of the traffic, because it can also accommodate a new IT building, which we're going to talk about, that's near and dear to my heart. That's a building that desperately needs replaced. It's got space to do that. The thing that really stuck out to me about this particular parcel of land, and I also want to acknowledge, I also very much want to acknowledge the folks that came out, and I understand the pushback on this. As you guys know, building in Moore County, you can't build anything in Moore County without significant pushback, and their voices are very valuable. One thing that I kind of jumped out to me is that this is a legacy property, and that this family has had folks that have taught Carthage Elementary School. And that, to me, was an interesting pro to this site, because in the past, when we've tried to site schools, that's always been an interesting way of trying to find the land, is having folks that have a connection to that school. I said this in our work session that I don't believe, when you think about rural lands, I think country, I think schools and churches. And so when I think of a school being put on this land, I don't see it as a detriment to the country feel of this road that I've driven past hundreds of times in my life. So that's just my opinion on this. I'm open to suggestion. I certainly want to listen to the public. But on this particular parcel, that was the one that was brought to us as opposed to the other ones that we had to look at, this was clearly the best choice that we had. So, thank you.
If I may. Yeah, you're right. It took 16 minutes and 37 seconds for you to get your minutes squared away, so there is a problem. All right, the second thing is the working together and the transparency, that went out the window last Thursday. Okay, the trust is gone. You just did something, you didn't tell us, you did everything out. I'm getting at the current, I have 58 phone calls. All right, and I also got approached while I was in the doctor's office. And I was like, and this was a week before. They didn't want to do it. And one of them was your niece. So, it's not like, we're sitting up here trying to condemn everything. It's, the transparency part is about transparency, that wall right there. Did we know about it? Commissioner Von Cannon highlighted in our agenda meeting last week. Y'all were there. Could have stopped by and said, hey, we're fixing to do this. Didn't. And so I don't know what's the purpose? What's your meaning? If I have to go ask for something, I'm not going to bite that hand. And, I get what Shane, I respect everything everyone here. I get it. And this is not by no means personal, but, you talk, but you do other things. And I'm not seeing that. And, I haven't been on the board for as long as my colleagues have, but I know when something's right and something's wrong. And this right now, with the amount of people that are calling my colleagues, and in opposition, and then finding out Friday afternoon hey, you know, they just bought that property. I was like, what property? Who? And that's when I was told. And then over the entire weekend, everything started coming up, and I'm getting all kinds of stuff coming in. And so respect works both ways, transparency works both ways. And as far as getting meetings and stuff, Jenny can get a meeting squared away in about 10 seconds, and it goes all the way out to our phones because I still don't know how to use the thing, and it says go there, and I'm okay. So, and if not, the county manager Vest will square it away. And then we have this little thing where we talk a lot. You know, we'll call each other, and not together because it wouldn't be a quorum, you know. So, you know, one phone call at a time, and we'll ask, hey, you good for this meeting? Good for this meeting? And everyone will give us the nods. If we have a question about something, we call. We have a concern. It's not a big old phone chat thing. It's just a one-on-one. And then we get together and we write it down. And then if need be, we bring it up in an agenda meeting or a closed session, however. But when you tell them you're doing this and you're doing that, it's just not, it's not very conducive to what you're saying. And right now, yeah, again, I'm going to start off with, we'll just keep it as, okay, you're going to have to prove a lot. So.
Any other board members want to make a comment? Oh. Okay, all right, let's hear from Ms. Bruno.
Pauline, are you there? Okay, you're on for your comments.
Right now?
Yes, you are.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I was guilty. I voted for this when it was presented to the board because I trusted what was presented, and then my phone began to ring with lots of opposition on this public parcel. The public totally objected to where it was being bought. I spoke to the Carthage Council. Actually, one of them even came to our meeting and said his opposition to it. And everyone usually objected to the placement of this school. I, for one, do not work for the superintendent. I work for the people of Moore County. If the people of Moore County do not want this school in this place, then I will never be for it. This entire procedure was extremely poorly thought out. I understand that a lot of work went into it, but it was also shoved down everybody's throat. I also think that the problem of growth that everybody is talking about, I don't know where that exists. This last year, we have, in spite of all the building, we have had one more student enrollment in our school population. One student. In the last 10 years, I don't even think that it's 10%. I don't have the exact numbers, but it's not very much. I think that is all I have to say. But if the people of Carthage do not want this, then I seriously think that the school board and central office needs to go back and take a very good look at this. It's the people that we work for. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bruno. Any other board members?
So Commissioners, I have a new understanding of your job and its requirements that I did not have before. And I'm going to apologize for my personal lack of awareness. I'm pretty confident that my colleagues on this board have learned something and will strive to not surprise you in the future. I just want to say a couple of things about the property. Like my colleague, Mr. Johnson, I find it a very appealing and suitable site. I understand there's some objection. I think a couple of things that need to be clarified. One is, my understanding is that any place that we build, there is going to be objection. There are people who do not want something in their backyards. I know this is consistent with the land use plan. I know the land use plan recognizes that schools serve a public need and need to be sited where they can serve the people. And I think that it's very important that as we all go forward, we try to sort out whether what we're hearing from is the county and District 1, my district, at large, or whether it is the people who are, most inconvenienced or closest to the property and their friends. And then a second thing that I would like us to define, I would like everybody who's a decision maker in this project to define is, we have this image of people in Carthage walking to school and not being able to do that anymore. But my understanding is that's a very tiny number of people, so that we want to be judicious about whether the wonderful image of kids getting to walk to school is causing us to inflate the importance of one demographic over another. So that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me start with just a couple of specifics and then go to the more general, which is probably the real crux of my comments. First of all, I don't attack people, I attack systems. Systems are typically the problem, and this is one of these cases. Ms. Purvis has done a superb job in due diligence. She flat out has. Without a framework to go by, frankly. It's kind of a make it up as you go, the way we operate. Thank you. The other aspect is, I think it was 4 months ago, we had a public hearing on that. And we had a lot of people come and discuss their views. And those were taken into account. So for my purposes, I thought that was the input of the public. Out of left field, basically, now we have some other issues that crop up. At some point, Good Ideas Day is over. We've got kind of a NIMBY response here, not in my backyard. Why weren't those concerns expressed 4 months ago, is my question. I don't know the answer to that.
You didn't tell anybody you were meeting about that piece of property.
That's right.
All right, excuse me, audience members, remember our decorum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect is not part of this equation. This is all about compromise and mitigation. What's important is how you arrive at those mitigation points and the compromises. Which gets me to the crux of the real problem here. What we have on parade here today is a whole of government challenge. We don't have a whole of government approach to running business here in Moore County. We do not have a context for anything we've been talking about. What do we want, what conditions do we want to exist in Moore County in 2035 and 2045? Will somebody point those out to me? Without that description, we have no context for what we're doing. We have a land use plan that ought to be in support of our vision. We have school building plans that ought to be in support of our vision. That vision becomes a unifying point for whole of government action. We need to do that. The more we put it off, the more often we're going to find ourselves back in these situations trying to piece back together what we don't like. In support of that, we require a deliberate planning process. My colleagues from Special Forces here understand the deliberate planning process. They've lived it for 30 years, as I did. They know that through a deliberate planning process, which is recursive, transparent, and auditable, you come up with a better plan every single time. This county needs to adopt a deliberate planning process that everybody understands so that we know where we're at any given point along that timeline. I would suggest using the gold standard, Joint Publication 5-0, as our point of departure. I've got a copy in my truck if you want to take a look at it. So we've got some institutional systemic things that we need to address. And it's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation because they should have been addressed 15 years ago. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you, sir. Vice Chairman, okay. Mr. Hensley, yes, sir.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank Mr. Benway for making my point about an iterative planning process that involves all the stakeholders, in which you present courses of action, get the feedback, and then go back to planning, and then you represent those courses of action refined with the input. That's exactly what Joint Pub 5.0 says, and that's what I would advocate. So here's the part where I got to read everything I've written down. So a couple random things. First of all, the most, and I made this point when we were exploring course of action, the least expensive course of action is not always the best. And I acknowledge, as did Chair Levy, as did Ms. Bruno, that ending up with 2 smaller community schools would be a more expensive option. We acknowledge that. But that's not the decision that the staff makes. That's a decision that the elected officials make. And I think that's the crux of the problem, is that they were not included in that decision, because, again, it's not all about cost. It's about what the public wants and what's best for that community. And that's coming from me, who's like, less expensive. I have a question that no one's quite answered. Is this in accordance with, look, I will say, as I've said from the very beginning, I was 100% in support of this, right? But I assume certain things happen, like we had the superintendent on the land use plan committee forming the next land use plan. And I just assumed that this was like in accordance with it. And then I asked at the last school board meeting, I asked the superintendent, is it in accordance with the school, the land use plan? And I got something about running water, and that's where the county wanted growth, is where they're running water. So I'm not even sure this is in accordance with the new land use plan. But here's my overarching issue, right? The question that we should be answering ourselves, look, the question is not, do we need a new Carthage Elementary School? The answer is yes, it needs to be remodeled, or we need a new one. The question is, did we, this board, get it right? Why the rush in signing the contract? And then finally, who should build and own it? Who should build and own public school buildings going in the future, when Moore County Schools only has 66% of the public student population and declining? Maybe we ought to look at the county building these buildings. That, we could discuss that today, or we could discuss that later on. But here's the main 2 concerns that we're here to talk about today, in my opinion. Why the hurry in signing the contract, right? Again, I was for it, and then at the 13th, and then all of a sudden the citizens start talking out against it. At the 13 October meeting, citizens came forth and they expressed genuine concerns. And I thought I wouldn't be very sympathetic to them, but I listened, and their concerns went unaddressed. There were reservations of board members. I walked away thinking, okay, we're going to take 30, 60 days looking into this. Jim Von Can had recounted, he did some quotes where obviously other board members felt the same thing. And there were unconsidered alternatives. I presented a plan right up here is the water plan, and 75 acres that the town of Carthage owns. And in the school board meeting, I said, look, even though I supported this, and I wasn't sure that I was going to be sympathetic to what the people who addressed the board said, at the end of the meeting, I was concerned about their concerns. There was reservation of other board members, but this 75-acre facility owned by the town of Carthage was unconsidered, right? So if we didn't even consider a 75-acre piece of property, which we just heard is just 2 minutes away from the existing site. Well, okay, it's 2 minutes away, it has sewer, it's in a neighborhood, it's within the town. You start checking off stuff, and surely on that 75-acre site, we could find 10 acres to build a school. Look, the point is, unconsidered alternatives. But in spite of all of that, in spite of unresolved public concerns from the public and elected officials, in spite of reservations of board members, and in spite of unconsidered alternatives, which apparently were hurriedly rushed without any consultation from board members or the town of Carthage, they went ahead and executed the contract, and there was no requirement to do that. So I don't understand why, in complete disregard of unaddressed concerns of citizens and board members, I do not understand why, ahead of this meeting, people felt the need to sign the contract and make sure that those concerns go unaddressed and these courses of action go unconsidered. That is not good. And that's what I heard here today, some concerns of the people and some concerns of my fellow elected officials. In short, it was premature and contemptuous.
Wasn't the parcel that my colleague is referring to, wasn't that addressed in the presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you think you could review the reasons why it was passed over?
Sure, we discussed it. I mean,
Yes, ma'am. So if you look at the last point here, it was reviewed after it was mentioned. It was reviewed after it was mentioned. There's a water treatment plant there. There's a water tower. There's what appears to be a cell tower with 2 cables that go 300 feet in 2 different directions. There's 2 ponds. One covers 8 acres. The other covers a little over half of an acre, as well as a 70-foot drop. The road access to that property would either be 15501 or it would be Vast Carthage Road. Since you're coming out still on Vast Carthage Road with all of these issues to contend with, and you're still just 1.8 miles down the road and you're on the same road, the parcel that was ultimately selected didn't have any of these issues.
yeah, so I guess, so since we brought it up, and I really didn't want to get into the details, but how is being on Vast Carthage Road bad when it's a site we can get for free from the town of Carthage, but being on Vast Carthage Road is a plus when it's the same road 1.8 miles apart? Please explain to me how, it's to Nick Paserno's point, you can't have both sides of an argument.
Well, sir, I think that it wasn't an option of bad or good. I think the thought was the concerned citizens who don't want traffic on Vast Carthage Road would still have traffic because it would still come out.
This is why we have to discuss courses of action and not, well, you're only limited to 10 minutes or, I'm going to gavel you down so we can have thorough discussions. The difference is that part of Vast Carthage Road is in a neighborhood that is like small parcels, like part of the town of Carthage, and the one that's 1.8 miles down the road, as these people have said till they're blue in the face, and I've said it blue, is rural character or charming character. It's a different road. One's inside the town and one isn't. I mean, look, all day long we could go down and discuss these points, but here's the point. They went unaddressed, and that's my point. And my other point is, if this was unconsidered, what other potential parcels were unconsidered? And by the way, locating this might be a political decision, not a staff decision. We're going to spend $3 million on running sewer, which, by the way, I was for that, a month ago. But now, okay, well, maybe if this has some challenging terrain, maybe it costs $1 million to remediate that, and we've already got sewer, water, it's inside the town. My point is, we need to explore this. And 3 things, right? 3 things. Did we get it right? Yes or no? Why were these concerns not addressed? What about the reservations of board members? Apparently only 2 are now expressing it out of 4 who were expressing it last Friday. And then finally, what about the unconcerned options? It's foolhardy to press a hard, but that's what we did. We got a board who didn't want to test the water at Carthage Elementary, fought that. We have a
Mr.
board.
Hensley, let's stay on
I am.
topic.
I'm characterizing the board, and I'm sorry that you don't like this characterization, but it's true.
No,
We
it's
had,
not
we
that.
had a
You're not
board.
on topic.
We had a board, I'm characterizing the board decision-making. This board.
Well, we don't want to talk about,
I'm sorry,
board
let me
members
finish my
and-
statement. I'm not,
and,
the board as a
your point is well
whole,
taken, so
the board as a whole did not want to test the water at Carthage.
Let's wrap it
The
up.
board as a whole does not want to admit that we need to disband our police to have better security for our schools. And this is another issue of where this board is disregarding the views of the
Okay,
public.
sir, thank you. Point of order. All right. Chair, Vice Chairman, Chairwoman Davis, excuse me.
Yes. Mr. Schwartz, just for a point of clarification, we voted for this unanimously in closed session. And unless a board member were to have come back at any point in time officially and asked us not to proceed, this was not a rushed process, correct?
You authorized the staff to proceed to contract on this
Okay. And there's
unanimously.
unanimously. Okay. So we didn't rush a process. We worked through the due diligence. No official request was made by any board member, even after the public the neighbors. I just want to point out, I haven't heard, nobody's called me. I don't receive phone calls because I don't make it a habit to play politics. So it just doesn't get anywhere with me. I'll take the heat for standing for children and for making decisions that's best for them. So I understand that the neighbors don't want the traffic, but other than traffic, I don't hear any good reasons not to proceed with this land. I think that it was a blessing that Ms. Purvis was able to find it. The people who were willing to sell it wanted to do something and leave a legacy that honestly could be really beautiful if we didn't taint it. And I won't say the right words in the moment, and I'm okay with that. But again, with so many things that we could argue about, building a school should not be one of them. And that's how I feel, and I'll continue to think that. Anyway, I haven't heard from anybody outside of the neighbors right directly. There could be people that oppose it, but I'm not sure that there are. So until I hear otherwise, I think that we should continue to proceed. I hope that the commissioners would see the value of the thought process that Ms. Purvis has put in. Mistakes have been made in the past in building schools. Traffic will always be an issue. And this is a time for us to rise above the division and set an example for our children. We want them to come together and work together with people who have different opinions and different beliefs. But we need to do the same for them. And I just think that's what we should do. And it's really simple. And that's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Just to conclude for our Board of Education, I just want to remind everyone that our Board of Education is tasked to serve the children of our community, all children, every single one that wants to attend a public school. It's in our Constitution. It is how our country was founded, with service for all and democracy. We did have a closed session protocol in place where we could not let information out. We did inform our Board of Education members first. If we should have let our commissioners know quickly after that. I'm not sure what happened with that issue, but I take full responsibility for it. We are being very thoughtful of our taxpayers' dollars. We know that we must do our due diligence to make sure that every dollar is used effectively. We are here to serve Carthage and our entire county, so this was the best option for the land. This didn't just happen. This was years and years of thoughtfulness and you know, probably close to a decade, we've been talking about Carthage Elementary and the needs, and we've heard the cries from the teachers, from the parents, from the children. You know, even in one of our board meetings, we had a young man just step up and say, please go ahead and build our school. This site is the best space for a school. I believe so in my heart because it is flat land, it is beautiful, there are trees, there is just a gorgeous space. And I think about where Union Pines was built. I think about where Farm Life was built. You know, Eureka High School was the first one there. It was built for our farmers' children back in the 1930s, and it's still such a valuable place. We get lots of calls for their children to go there. I think about all the churches in the spaces of this area of Vast Carthage. It's such a vibrant community, and it's so peaceful and the best place for our children. You're not hearing from the majority of the people that do want it. They're kind of quiet. They're busy living their lives. I only heard from one person personally. They're satisfied with the work of Moore County Schools and our Board of Education. That's why you're not hearing from them. I truly believe that, you know, it is important for us to work together. I apologize if I've hurt anybody's feeling today too, Mr. Paserno. You know, we're here to work together, and I appreciate everyone being here. Unless there's any other comments, I would say maybe we could take a 5-minute recess.
I'll make a comment while it's fresh. First, I
Yes,
would
sir.
like to remind the vice chair that when she says she doesn't play politics, she is a politician. And I would also like to remind her that if you don't answer the phone and don't take calls from the people that you work for, as you said, I just don't answer the phone. You're not in touch with people.
I didn't say I don't answer the phone. I said I haven't received any phone calls, sir.
Well, and you also said you don't play the politics.
No,
You actually said,
yeah.
I haven't got any phone calls, but there's a reason. If you chastise the people that are in the audience, you're the last person they're gonna call.
Okay.
I got
Just-
one. Just go ahead.
One quick thing on Jim's point.
Good, thank
You also did receive from the Carthage Town Council a resolution on behalf of the people of Carthage saying that they wanted to keep the school inside the city limits.
No, sir, I have not received that, and the resolution you may be referring to was before my time on the board, but I have not received a resolution. If so, I've missed it. If you want to resend it, I'd be happy to.
Dr.
During
Locklear?
comment time.
I would
It's-
ask-
The resolution says immediate Carthage area, doesn't say within the city limits.
I'm being asked a question, so, Dan McGee, Carthage Commissioner. Yes, when we had the discussion, the primary goal was that Carthage Elementary be within Carthage, the Carthage town limits. Now, I've heard this several times, and I don't blame it, I don't blame anyone here. We do go through iterations where people change out, and so that happens. But unfortunately, Ms. Davis, that's not the first time I've heard that. I've heard it from other people saying, I don't know what to do because I wasn't there at that time. So this is a permanent thing that's happening right now, and when things are brought up, it says, well, I just wasn't there when that was discussed. So is that a valid argument? Kind of not. But yes, it was put in, yes, our primary goal is the Carthage Elementary be located within the town of Carthage.
Jan, is that in writing anywhere?
And sir,
It is in
remember,
writing?
It is in writing. We'll have it as a supplemental materials through our agenda. We'll post that and be available.
and sir,
See-
this
see-
is not, the school's not just built for Carthage, it's built for the county. So I just need to make sure that point's understood.
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to point out, and it sort of highlights, this is first I've heard of an IT center. I don't know where this came from, a new building for an IT. I mean, yeah, that was a new one thrown in here. And the second thing, and I hate to say this because I really do like our chairman over here, but we're not a democracy, we're a representative republic. Our nation is a representative. No, it's not a democracy. That's mob rule. Representative republic. We get representation to represent us in public office,
All right,
not
I
a
stand,
democracy.
I stand corrected. I
No.
was referring to our nation, so,
Well,
sorry.
number two. And then a republic. That's the Constitution.
I need to go back to study my history, obviously. So, any other comments, Chair Cook? Are you ready for a recess? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. We'll come back at 10 minutes after 12. All right, thank you very much. We'll call our meeting back into order. Again, thank you all for being here today. We're at item B and C, and I talked to Chairman Cook, and he agreed if we can, just go ahead with our reports for B and C. Then we'll have board-to-board comments following that. So that way we can move forward. So, Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will transition to the need for the IT building, Planning Accountability Research Building. When we requested for lottery funds for the purchase of the property, we did note that that was one of the needs we were looking at to be able to take care of when we pulled those lottery funds down with the parcel that we were looking at to kill two birds with one stone, if you will. So that was part of that process. Also, as superintendent, I want to pledge to you we'll continue to work to make sure there's clear communication. And I know we made multiple attempts to sit down and have discussions, and I'm glad we're having today's discussion. But I want to just note that there were multiple attempts to do that. There was information shared, and as superintendent, on behalf of the board, I'll continue to work with the county manager to make sure we've got clear communication, because no one likes surprises. But I'll continue to do my very best to ensure you as a board and our board are not surprised. So I just want to note that commitment. And I've talked to a lot of upset parents in my career, and a lot of them says they don't trust me, or they're mad or angry, or they think it's the worst school they've ever attended, what have you. But all I can ever say to that parent is I hope the actions I've taken up to this point will show you that I am a trustworthy person, and the actions that I take from this point forward will build equity back into that bank. And so that's what I'll just note as we move forward here before we transition to the IT building. And I look forward to that collaboration and communication. So I'll turn it over to Jenny to walk through that. Again, this is the base need for this, in that we do believe it would be a better investment and a better use of taxpayer money to look at placing this on this new parcel. So I'll turn it over to Jenny.
Hey, Tim, I would mention that should you not be able to get a board station on the schedule in the future, just sharing that information rather than waiting 4 months with one or at least the chair or one person, and then they can share it with the rest of the board. Not, in the future, if we've got something we need to know, not wait 4 months, because we are saying that's about 10 times I've heard that we reached out for you. And I can tell you, we are extremely busy, and we're getting behind right now. But the point is, you can share that information with one. It won't be 100%, but that way it gets to the board.
Yes, sir. I respect that, and we've done some of that, but we'll continue to do that. We'll continue to make sure we've got good information to members of the commissioners as well as the county manager. Thank you, sir.
All right, as we move forward, we'll talk just a little bit about the progress with New Carthage. We'll look at this parcel, and then we'll talk about the need for the new IT building. With just over 30 acres, this parcel allows room for an IT building. It's not going to show up on here, but the IT building would be able to be situated in that bottom left corner that you see. There you go. Thank you, Cindy. That is pointed out there. And the IT building currently was built in 1955. It's in disrepair. Right now it needs a new roof. We can't put a new roof on it, tear that one off and put a new roof without abating asbestos, which means we would have to seal that building, move folks out, which means we would have to relocate the folks as well as the server room. We did have to install a new unit, just a temp unit in that server room. It can be repurposed in the new warehouse if built. There's no fire suppression in that server room. We need all new wiring, as the current wiring is exposed and it can't be placed up in the ceiling due to asbestos. New flooring, plumbing, and windows are needed. Asbestos, as I said, would have to be abated. The building has no room for storage, so currently there's storage at Vast Lakeview, and staff go back and forth there for the storage each day. Currently, when we know it's going to be a heavy rain, staff covers those servers. You can see here in the picture with tarps, because that does leak. We have had that building, tried to repair that roof. As I said, it needs a new roof to really get it right. Water damage to the servers would result in a loss of infrastructure. That would mean internet, phones, security cameras, all connectivity. Although we've tried to seal it, it still has leaks. Cost of abatement in the roof alone would be $750,000. That doesn't include relocation of the staff to temporary spot and the relocation of that server room. All of the repairs would equate there to more than $2 million. It would be basically the same thing that we had done at Pinckney, is what would need to be done at this building. And then it would still not include any on-site storage, a loading or an unloading dock. In addition, that doesn't wouldn't be a temporary campus that were taken into consideration. The server, the generator would have to be relocated. The land would need to be found and prepared for a temp site and mobile units leased or purchased. The cost of those alone would be close to $1 million to make sure that we had server room and all of that. Total cost of a renovation and a relocation would be right at $3 million, and it would likely cost more than a new design value build. So what we took a look at is trying to figure out how we could do a design build. So we issued an RFQ. We determined that local company Retson was the best fit for the job. They do design build. The preliminary floor plan has all the needs covered. It's got an on-site warehouse, a loading dock, and it's just over 12,000 square feet. Retson has estimated the cost of the building would be around $3.3 million. That included $900,000 of site prep. That was before a site was located. They were not sure what that topography would look like, so they do not expect it to cost nearly that much if on the parcel that's just purchased. Overall, the cost of a building versus renovation is right around the same amount, and possibly cheaper to just build something, because as you know, when you get into unknowns of renovating a building that's 70 years old, you run into a lot of things. But building would also allow for on-site storage and the right sizing of spaces for each use. So this just gives you a preliminary floor plan. The building would be a metal building with a metal roof. It would just have a brick face on the front, but it would be a design build building. So we really looked at how to value build this and include a warehouse at the back, but still locate all of the offices and the tech areas that needed to be there for IT. So bottom line is we can renovate that building just as we did Pinckney, but we still won't have a warehouse on site. We still won't have right-sized spaces for what is needed. And we can do the same thing with a value build for about the same amount of price. If that makes sense.
Define PAR again.
Planning, accountability, and research. And so what you're taking into consideration is all student attendance, all student testing data, just all of the data that goes into the work for the school system.
How many people would be in that building?
We've got 5 in PAR, and we've got 18 in the IT building that come in and out. So when you see these, when you see the engineering space there at the top, and you see the field tech and the tech 3 area, those are spaces that would have cubicles. So the offices that you see are director, assistant director, whatnot, but for the tech areas, those open spaces would have moving cubicles, so we could reconfigure that how we want.
So about 23 people.
23 people daily, yes. And then you do have our digital integrated facilitators, we call them DIFs, the folks that go out to the schools. Those folks do house their things here. They stop by on a daily basis, so they come in and out. We would also host things like our, we'd be able, in that one conference training room, we did add one little less than 500 square foot conference training room so that they could train the DIFs, they could train all of the PAR department, all of our bookkeepers, data managers, those, not bookkeepers, our data managers, and our tech people could be trained in that conference room.
Now, is this location, does it have fiber here? So you'd have fiber access to your IP?
we would have to run it, but Mr. Eklund has already checked on that, and there are some, he's got some money and some rebate with that would help contribute to that, along with lottery funding, would be the plan.
Lottery funding, we may require you to use that for.
Right, right. This was just, right here.
I'm just rounding.
Right here. Yep. So we currently have $4.5 million in that capital lottery fund, and the repair and renovation fund has almost $2 million.
If I missed it, I'm sorry, where is the current building located?
On the Pinckney campus down at the back.
I just didn't know. Thank
Yes, sir.
Do you have room there to build the site, or do you have any other property that could house this building that's near fiber?
Right now, no. I mean, we could try to figure out how to build on that site, but it's not very conducive to that. But we can.
On any property that's close to fiber backbone.
Let me look at what we do have.
Actually, Nick,
Oh, sorry.
Nick, if I could jump in here, you bring up let me frame this conversation a little bit. We need a new IT center. We need it, right? I mean, no
Yeah, I
one on
agree
this
with
board
that.
debates, and I don't think anyone over there would debate it. The question is, well, the obvious point is, we were going to build it in conjunction with Carthage Elementary because that was our new project. But this IT building is not tied to the new location of the Carthage Elementary
Yeah, I
School.
got that.
There's probably an existing Moore County school property we could build it on. It might fit right out front, I don't know, or if not, to your point, maybe we build it, somewhere where the county already has generators in their IT shelter, so we're not, paying for generators and laying fiber and stuff when we could co-locate with a county facility. This is what I'm talking about, where we need to get together and we need to brainstorm courses of action together.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I didn't, just because it was on a lottery request, I knew none of these details. So we couldn't do any of this research ahead of time. So we need to know these things so that we can, again, our main goal is to take the least amount of money from our taxpayers to provide the services they require. That is our goal of this board, and it's never changed.
And
We hate taking people's money.
And my guess is the county has some facilities that are critical, that have critical infrastructure that maybe we co-locate with.
Absolutely. We might have room in the Ryan Center. We don't know. We'll check it out. But thank you for that. Thank you.
All right, questions about the need for an IT building? I will say the initial onset, we were looking at how do we renovate that building. That was the goal, let's just renovate it. But then when we got into renovating it, we realized this is gonna cost more than it would to just do a metal building and a design build.
I actually agree with you.
And if it's okay, we'll just save our questions,
Okay,
so write
yes,
them down.
ma'am.
We'll keep flowing.
All right, so now, something that we all know needs to happen, high school capacity issue. It's been a long time issue. Just to give you an overview, Pinecrest was built for 1,650 students. They have a current enrollment of 2,285, so they are 635 students over capacity. Union Pines High School was built for 1,068 students. They have a current enrollment of 1,392, so they are over capacity by 324 students. If we want to alleviate overcrowding, we need space for an additional 959 students, and that's right now, not taken into anything in the future. The original, if you remember, again, this has been a long time ago, but there were plans made for the renovation and expansion of Union Pines and Pinecrest. And the district had those plans created. They were to add 550 seats to Pinecrest and 400 seats to Union Pines. If we were to complete those plans today, then we would still need 59 seats. We'd still be out of capacity. So in all honesty, those plans are really no good to us. When we're looking at those plans, they just have to be completely redone if that were still what needed to be done.
And Jenny, I
Yes,
know
sir.
we're trying to get through quick, but to help the rest of the board, they weren't here when we did that. Barath, I think, was the one that,
Yes, sir.
he went over the plans with us. He didn't give us detail. He gave us 30,000 foot bullet points. So we didn't know any details. We just saw what his ideas were, but he didn't get into any of the real fine details. So there was no way we could have made a decision based on that, but we knew the need was there.
Yes, sir. So if we're planning 10 years in the future, we need to anticipate needing 556 additional seats between the two schools. That would be a total of 1,515 additional seats. And again, as I said, one of the main reasons those 2015 plans can't be used right now is because now at this point, we'd have to expand the cores of those schools. With the number of students we have in there, you're talking about major money to expand that core, relocate, etc. So the construction committee worked on coming up with options moving forward. And the consensus is pretty much that it's probably going to look like a new high school. But let's start with number one. Number one, that option would be to have new plans created to expand, modernize, and renovate both Pinecrest and Union Pines, meaning expanding the core, and that would allow for future growth. What that would look like if we were to do that, can you blow this up just a little bit? I'm with you.
Yeah,
or handouts next time, maybe.
That's okay. That's all right. So what that would look like if we were to go back and let's just do the same thing that we did in 2015. Let's just add to these schools and not do a new one. The core of Pinecrest, and we'd need to expand that school to hold 2,600 children. And the core of Union Pines would need to be expanded so that we could have 1,750 children. That 2,600 children is an awful lot of children. So, number two, a new 1,700 seat high school, that would put us at 89% capacity in 10 years. If we did a new 1,700 seat high school, then we'd renovate, modernize Pinecrest only. That's all we'd do. We'd leave that enrollment at 1,650. We would do the same thing for Union Pines and leave that enrollment at 1,068. So just some updates, modernization to Pinecrest and Union Pines, and a new 1,700 seat school. Option three is a new 1,400 seat high school and build that core out to 1,700. So you'd have classrooms for 1,400 at the onset. You could add 300 additional in the future. We'd make the plans such that we know where we're going to put those classrooms and be easy to build them on. That would look like same thing. We'd renovate, modernize Pinecrest and Union Pines. Their enrollment would stay the same. Option four. This option would bring all three high schools kind of to the same size. Because if you take a look at where we are, you've got in these first two, in number 2 and number 3, you're looking at 17, 1650, 1068. 17, 1650, 1068. So Union Pines is a little below where the other two would be. Option 4 is a 1,400 seat high school. Leave the core at 1,400. The difference here is Pinecrest, you still just modernize and renovate. They stay at 1,650, but Union Pines, you modernize, renovate, and put a little addition on there so that their enrollment capacity could go up to 1,500. It is easier to build on at Union Pines with the land there and what we have where their cores are located, that media being on the front, the cafeteria being on the front. That's easier to do than it is at Pinecrest. So option 4 would mean that we would then have those three high schools really close in terms of average daily membership, with 1,400 at the new one, 1,650 at Pinecrest, and 1,500 at Union Pines. Before we move on, I know this is the last thing, but I know this is a little complicated. Are there questions about these 4 pathways?
The only thing I would ask is when you're doing reno mod, if you kept the core of 1068 and you already got capacity for 1068, what would you be upgrading and modernizing?
Well, the plan would be what we'd like if you were going to go that direction. You'd build the high school first, right? You'd move over some students that needed to move over. That would give you room to not have to have anywhere for them to stay. You can swing the space, move them to this building. There are some spaces in Union Pines that just need to be updated. some, just some updates and renovations that need to be done to some floors, to some, to some ceilings, to some plumbing. It is those types of renovations and modernizations that need to happen. I think that there are some IT issues that kind of need to be fixed and worked out. That's kind of been, how when you have old buildings and piecemeal things together. But the plan would be that you get rid of the overload by building the new school first, swinging students, and then you have room there at the school to swing students around and update these spaces as needed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think when you came to us 2 years ago with the 10-year construction plan, I think at that point in time, Union Pines and Pinecrest both were going to be in the $169 million to renovate, and/or a new school was going to be $160 million.
That's correct. That's correct. So if we were to expand, if we tried to expand the cores of Union Pines and Pinecrest and just leave it as is, in all actuality, it would probably cost us more money to do that at Pinecrest and Union Pines than it would to renovate, modernize each of those, and build a new high school.
While, take this into consideration while you're doing it. Hopefully, we never find out about another school property. But we brought it up at that time that in the West End area, we're dealing with traffic circles, we're dealing with traffic everywhere. It's not going to get any better anytime soon. I don't think it'll ever get any better. But should we go up into the West End area where they had a high school in 1928, and I went to school and that went up to 8th grade.
You were in 1928?
I knew it. But the school, best kept secret. It's in the genes. But the thing was, that school, had we kept a roof on it, it would still be there. It was a brick and mortar school. But if you went up in that general area, somewhere in the Seven Lakes West End area, you're taking Eagle Springs, Eastwood, Foxfire, Pinewile, you're taking West End, Seven Lakes, all those off the freaking road. What's the first thing a kid wants to do? Is drive to school when they get their driver's license. And/or, so, we've got to consider traffic in the future, but something in the proximity of Pinecrest and Union Pines is a non-starter at this point.
Right, yes, sir.
It's come Christmas time, Morganton Road, 15501, I think everybody's going to realize we're overbuilt there. And certainly don't need to put another school there. I don't know how the parents get in there to drop their kids off now. But.
How much land is at Union Pines? I mean, do we have to buy it, or do they have it?
No, we have the land at Union Pines. If you look at that front lawn, and then you take into consideration, there's a large mobile building that houses about 15 classrooms at the back of Union Pines that could move away so you could go back that way towards that Forest Creek mobile building.
You got the farm and everything back there, all the animals are.
Right.
Has your board discussed all these options? Okay. So I'm sure you'll have a recommendation as to what you think we should look at trying to finance going forward, and a timeline.
Let me chime in here. Actually, if I can put this in a little larger context, just so everyone understands, because, we're hip deep in this, so let me step back. So first of all, Moore County Schools has significant excess capacity in our elementary schools, excess capacity in our middle schools, but we're completely overloaded in our high schools, right? And you may ask, how did that happen? So let me explain how that happens. As you know, the population of Moore County has, grown significantly over the last decade. In spite of that, enrollment in Moore County schools has been static, right? I mean, over the last 10 years, this is no kidding, over the last 10 years, we've gained about 100, Moore County Schools has gained about 150 students in total, maybe 200 students over a decade, right? 20 students a year. The reason why Moore County Schools enrollment hasn't done this is because in K through 8, there's lots of options for parents. There's charter schools, there's private schools, and then there's homeschooling, right? And there's very few private schools, and I don't think there's a single charter school. There's no charter schools and private schools. There's no significant high school space. O'Neill has a high school. There's a few here and there, but most of those charter schools and private schools feed into our high schools. That's why our elementary and middle schools are not crowded, but our high schools are. It's because all those options feed into our high schools. So that's how we've gotten where we are, right? So Ms. Purvis went through all this, and I'm pretty sure with all those numbers and this and that, Nick's probably the only person that could keep up, right? So let me simplify this. It is clear we need a new high school, right? It is clear we need a new high school. It's the only thing that makes sense. And the way you do it is, and Ms. Purvis explained this, I just want to make sure it didn't get washed in a whole bunch of other stuff. You have to build a new high school. Once you build the new high school, then you can start moving the students from the other high schools so you can remodel them to the extent that you need to remodel them. So there's a pretty obvious course of action going forward that we've discussed and we all unanimously agree upon, I believe, right? Isn't that what we said? So really it comes down to, you know, those pesky little details, you know, where are we going to build it and this and that. So, but anyway, I just wanted to make sure everyone saw that, you know, 10,000 foot view of it and what our thoughts were.
So at this point, our construction committee needs to just review those options, and our board needs to finalize their recommendation of these 4 options as a whole. So determining, hey, which one of these do we think is really the best course of action. What our board would like to do is hold a public hearing to gather feedback on the final decision, sharing these 4 options for consideration of the public. And then once that path is determined, we can move forward with requesting some capacity updates and projections for Area 3. We have those right now for the Area 1, which is Union Pines. We need some updated projections with real-time information. You know, by the time you get 2 years down the road, there's enough that goes on down there in terms of building that needs to be looked at in terms of projections. Then we can utilize that data and get help in determining possible locations when we're looking at where that would need to go in terms of a new high school. And then seek updated cost projections, because those cost projections are from 2 years ago. So we would need to seek an updated cost projection. So out of these 4 options, where we are right now is, you know, a public hearing would be the next step. Then our board would need to determine and endorse which path we feel is the best, and then getting updated cost projections to bring that back to you so that you're aware of the path and the projections. So if we're talking about immediate Moore County school needs, so that we just make sure we hit this at the end, what are the immediate needs? Funding for a new Carthage Elementary, the cheapest time to build is always now. Architects do estimate holding off will be 2 to 2.5 million, so we hope to move forward as quickly as possible. Possible utilization of lottery funding for that new IT or PAR building, and funding for a new high school would probably be needed to place on the next bond. Can't bring you a number on that yet. Questions?
I would just ask that when you're looking at locating the potential new high school, that you take into consideration the new land use plan, and that, to the point that Commissioner Ron Cannon made, that it's in one of those growth corridors that we foresee.
Yes, sir.
And I'll throw something else out there, and I know it's probably been said, but if we get a plan, when you're sitting down at the drawing table and you figure out this is how a school needs to be built, elementary, middle, high school, it would be nice if we say this will be the future, so we're only paying the architect one time, and then we own the blueprints, and we're not going through that extra $1 million, $2 million or whatever.
Yes, sir, and that is something that we've discussed with construction committee and the board is, you know, once we get the plan for Carthage Elementary School, and it's a great plan, and it's safe, and it's proven, I think it's been built 12 times already, and they tweaked it every time to get it where it needs to be. You know, that is something, you can always put a new face on the school. It can look a little different at the front entrance, but you're using that same basic plan, right? And so that is something that's been discussed because it could save money. You know, just like the use of the prototype.
And this is neither here nor there, and I'm not saying spend extra monies, but you know what? It would be nice if the kids had an auditorium where they don't have to go in and drag chairs around the gym floor and whatever. We spent growing up a lot of time in auditoriums, speakers, awards, you know, presentations, you know, rather than go in and end up dragging chairs in a gym floor. And I can tell you, those sitting on those bleachers is not conducive for old people.
And since you were born in 1926, I can see why.
You went to high school in
Yeah, 26, high school, that's right. Yes, absolutely.
1908, actually.
I tell you, you're doing well, buddy. Give us your secret.
Good
Sorry.
healthy diet and exercise.
All right, well, I can't do with that.
Other comments?
Are you guys going first, or what's the
Well,
order?
just whenever.
I have some comments. On this slide right here, on the first bullet, what that sentence says, and I might have rephrased this a little different, what that sentence says is holding off a build a year and a half will increase the cost by $2 million. What that's really saying is, if you put this to a vote for the people who may object to this, then it's going to cost $2 million more. That's what that says. And, maybe the correct thing is to put it to a vote to the people. So anyway, I just want to say that. There's a couple things that we need, there's high-level board-to-board things, right? That is what we should be talking about. I am fully prepared to go forward to this, as is the committee. We can figure this out, and, we'll do the iterative, planning process and present courses of action, and we'll do this one correctly, hopefully. But one big question that I have that I need to talk, two things that I want to talk with fellow board members on the other side of the county, is, we're building an innovative high school at Sand Hills Community College when the enabling legislation actually says you can get an exemption. I'm sorry. I'm pointing that right way. Over here. Good thing I wasn't excited. That's my bad breath keeping away anyway. Anyway, so the point is, right, the legislation of the innovative high school, if you go read the general statute, there's a process where the community college can get an exception for it being built at Sand Hills Community College, right? And it's really two portions of if you look at the innovative high school, there's the freshman and sophomore year where we do 100% of the education and Sand Hills doesn't do anything. And then there's the junior, senior years where Sand Hills does all the education, and although we have oversight and administrative authority over them, in reality the community college is doing all the education. So we got $25 million to build an innovative high school at Sand Hills Community College, and then we're going to struggle to build ask the taxpayers to spend $150 million bond and mortgage their, bonds are a fancy way of getting your kids to pay for their schools, by the way. But anyway, we're going to build a $150 million high school while we're building an innovative high school. Why don't we take that $25 million that the state graciously gave us to build an innovative high school, and why don't we build the innovative high school and the new school together? It actually solves many problems, assuming we build it out here somewhere instead of further South County. It facilitates, the students from northern part of Moore. It solves a lot of problems. But here's the problem. We've not considered that course of action because no one's talked to the county commissioners about it, and my peers go, well, gosh, that's impossible. Well, it's not impossible. It's only impossible if we don't talk about it, right? So that's one thing that strategically I think that I would like for the boards to think about, discuss, and exert some authority, because we're asking the taxpayers to effectively build two high schools, and look at the cost per student of what that innovative high school is going to cost versus the cost per student of what this high school is going to cost. The other issue that I think a board, but it really, board to board, we need to talk about are some other potential funding streams. You guys know my thoughts on the Convention Visitor Bureau. You guys gave them, you doubled the occupancy tax, which gives them an additional $4 million a year, I believe, that they didn't need last year, but they have this year. And when we go down this road, we can use a lot of that money to build our, it has to be used for, to promote tourism, right? Well, ball fields promote tourism, as do theaters, as do auditoriums, as do gyms. That's a major part of that construction cost. So, I think it's reasonable that we ask the Convention and Visitor Bureau to earmark for Moore County schools as we embark this 3/4 of their new money. We gave them they already got $4 million, now they got $8 million. I think that why we're asking the taxpayers and citizens of Moore County to pay for this, we asked the Convention Bureau to chip in their $3 million a year until this is complete. And then the other thing that I think we should discuss, and I threw this out there, by the way, these are the big strategic things that board to board should talk about. If we talk about these things early, then the little details take care of themselves. Because if you have the senior people agree on the concept of operations, then the staffs can execute. So the other big ticket thing that I would think that we should talk about, and I posted this over the weekend, is, and I'll talk about this very briefly, but if in 2025, when Moore County schools, traditional public schools, only have 2/3 of the market share of students, and it is declining, why do they have 100%? Why do we have 100% monopoly on the construction of buildings for our public schools, when in fact we have charter public schools and we have traditional public schools? Having Moore County schools build those and own those exclusively results in misallocation of resources. Moore County Schools has excess capacity in some of our schools that could be used for other things. Maybe schools could be consolidated and that excess space could be given to a charter school, right? Moore County school, traditional public schools, whether it's us or Hope County or any school district, having a monopoly on the buildings actually lowers the academic success of our students. And I'll explain how that happens. Is if a third party owned and allocated the buildings, then, and let's say we'll call them the county, then the county can set performance standards on a school. Aberdeen Elementary, you better get your grade up to a C or we're going to find someone who will. And Moore County Schools has 3 years to get it up to a C, and if they don't, then there's plenty of charter school management companies that specialize in turning around.
Mr. Hensley, thank you. If you'll kind of conclude your comments.
I'm sorry,
so we
is my
can move
10
to the
minutes
next
up?
person. We need to stay on topic.
I am on topic.
Okay,
Madam
if you'll
Chair. I'm
wrap,
talking about.
if you'll conclude, that's all I'm asking.
I will, and I was almost done. Why do you anyway? Actually, no. Now that you've disrupted me, I've got some bullets I'm gonna pull up because I was speaking extemporaneous. Now there's two things that lost my train of thought. So, misallocation of resources, not following market demand, lowering education of our students. Oh, not following market demand. If a brand new charter school opened up next week, it would be full within a month, and those students would leave Moore County schools. Charter schools have waiting lists, and they have to have lotteries to determine how many students are there. If their parents and citizens are demanding charter schools, then the schools could be allocated to charter schools. So there are many reasons why we need to look at perhaps reconsidering the 100-year-old process where traditional public schools have a monopoly on all the buildings. So those are the things that I would like to see our boards working together on. Those are 4 high-level topics that should be discussed. Thank you.
Any other comments?
I'm gonna make one, and I know everybody's in a hurry to get out of here. And I kind of agree. Back in the West End High School, they had a 3-story building over there that taught plumbing, electrical, and taught the different things, which we used to have that at all schools. I'm not sure if we do now, but everybody doesn't have the means or desire to go to college. And so if you take these individuals and you could front load their classes to where the primary to graduate happened before 12 o'clock, those individuals could go to work with the HVAC, a plumbing, carpenter, whoever, electrician. When they get out, when they graduate high school, they're gonna have a job, insurance, it's not gonna be part-time. And when the people get out of college that just went there to hang out and do a cultural experience, they can charge them $150 an hour 4 years later, while they're out there trying to pay off the college loans till they're 40 years old. So that would be nice, because it all ties in together, but that's just, and a lot of schools have started. We brought this up 2 or 3 years ago, but it didn't get any traction, because everybody doesn't need to go to the military or go to college.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Board of Education, Board of Commissioners?
Just
Mr. Adams?
one. I too would be interested in knowing a little bit more about the parameters surrounding the money for the innovative high school. I've wondered also about the need. Currently, the school, my understanding is using space which exists at the college. Is there an absolute need to locate that school on the Sand Hills property or not? And if not, if it's permitted under the legislation, taking a look at maybe combining might make some real sense.
Thank you, sir. I'm writing down notes.
I
Dr.
have
Dahl?
a comment on that, and it's somewhere on this computer, but it'd probably take me 5 minutes to find it, but I did a cost analysis. The challenge to having the functions of the innovative high school on another campus is that trying to duplicate some of what is provided at Sand Hills would be expensive. There are, is it five main areas that the innovative high school is going to serve, but our students in principle have, it's like health, IT, do you recall the others off the top of your head?
These were pathways determined to be workforce needs in our community. And I'm drawing a blank. I'm drawing manufacturing, advanced manufacturing, engineering, the skilled trades.
STEM was one, yeah.
Healthcare.
So
Healthcare,
but the thing is, there are 5 main ones that are determined to be community workforce needs, but kids would also have access to other pathways, is my understanding. And while you could do an analysis of what it would cost us to hire people to teach all of the basic courses in those pathways, the students would not have, we couldn't possibly pay to provide people to do all the electives. And then you would get into the issue of how CTE people are funded, because these would be considered CTE teachers, and it would far exceed the funding that our district has for CTE people. And so, the analysis I did, and I would be happy to dig that up and put it on paper and copy it to each of you. It's, I'm not a pro or an expert, but it's kind of back of the envelope stuff, but suggested that we are far better off leveraging what already exists at Sand Hills.
Are there any more questions about our 3 topics or comments about our 3 topics on the screen?
I do. I'm surprised no one's asked, so how are we going to pay for this?
That's in the closing comments.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it. Just to circle back, I just want to say that I worked at the IT department in the building we're talking about, and so I appreciate this very much. I'm a strong advocate that this building needs to be replaced. I was honestly a little surprised that they showed the tarps on the pictures. So bold move, I like it. That is the reality there. It needs to be replaced. Also, the high school capacity issues, that's clearly, I think Mr. Hensley was correct in his overview assumption of what we're dealing with at our high schools. I would also say that one of the reasons that our high schools are over capacity because we have the best high school experiences in the county. And in fact, charter schools have thought about opening up 9, 12 and decided not to because they don't get the experience that we've offered. And so that's kind of a good free market piece there in representative of our high schools. Last thing, just to circle back, really appreciate this, and I know that this is why we're here today. I don't know if we're going to do closing comments. Is that, am I jumping the gun?
No, we've got our public address, and then we'll have our closing comments.
I'll wait then. That's fine. That's cool.
All right, if there are no more comments at this point, we'll move to item 3, and that's our public comment. Dr. Locklear, did you have any?
No, ma'am,
anything
just
else?
noting the need for a recess to have a sign-up sheet put up.
Okay. All right, so we'll just do a 5-minute this time. I'll stick to 5, let's do 7 just in case. So, at 12, okay, 1:12, it's 1 o'clock now. All right, hope everybody's staying hydrated and have some snacks. All right, I got coaching on my gavel used today. Thank you all for coming back to order. And now we're at our public address, and do we have a list of those? Before we begin our public address, Town Commissioner Dan Vanillo asked to be first, so if you'd like to come to the podium now. And just, Ms. Davis, do you have our rules of order? I know you're shaking. But we ask for no audience reactions, if at all possible, so we can keep our decorum, so we can hear from our presenters, and each presenter has 3 minutes. We do have a hard stop to that 3 minutes for our board policy. And Mr. Bonillo, if you'll start us off.
Okay. Well, I'd like to first off say, well, may I ask, as an elected official and one of the representatives of Carthage, I be granted more than 3 minutes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah, is it all right? Yeah, we need to vote on it, sorry. We've had a motion to suspend for our,
Like 5 to 7 minutes.
okay,
Yeah.
okay. All right, if you'll make the motion, Dr. Dahl, please.
I move that, as a public official, Mr. Bonillo be granted 7 minutes to speak.
Second.
We have a motion by Dr. Dahl, second.
I make a motion to amend this so that we extend it to all people who want to speak, not just one who happens to be an elected official.
All right, we have another motion on the table. Do we have a second for that motion? Hearing none, let's move back to Dr. Dahl's motion. And we had a motion by Dr. Dahl, second by Mr. Benway. Any comments on that?
I think that we ought to make sure that, we have good comms with Pauline, because she probably would have seconded my motion.
Mr. Batchelor? Okay. Ms. Schwartz, should we move on?
I'm a little concerned about extending the time for anyone, because then you run into questions of potential viewpoint discrimination if you don't extend it to everybody.
Okay.
So if you extend it for, I recognize that the gentleman is an elected official, but that is not consistent with your rules.
Okay. Thank you for that reminder.
In light of what we just heard from council, I withdraw my motion.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Vanillo,
So
if you would, please.
I make a motion, and by the way,
Point of order, Mr. Hensley.
I can make a
We've
motion.
heard from council. It's not in our best interest
Madam
as a
Chair,
board.
I can make, you haven't even heard my
And,
motion.
point of order, you're disrupting, and we need to move on.
Madam Chair, I'm
We're
making
way
a
over our
motion.
schedule.
That doesn't
And at this
matter.
point, I'm calling
Madam
you
Chair,
out of order.
Madam Chair, I can make,
I'm
I can
sorry,
make a
that's
motion.
that's my third time calling you out of order, Mr. Hensley.
I would like to question the rule of the
So-
chair. I'm questioning the ruling.
Mr. Schwartz.
You need a second for that?
Again, it comes back to, I'm questioning the ruling of the chair, because a board member can make a motion anytime, and you're not even letting me finishing my motion before ruling
Well-
something unsaid out of order.
Well, the purpose of this meeting is to have
follow
a
Robert's
conversation.
rules and have conversations and debates.
We
Yes,
have
ma'am,
that
you're
in
correct.
place.
No, we don't, because
We
you're not
have our
letting me
first
make my
speaker,
motion.
and you're delaying that process, sir.
No, I want to,
So,
ma'am,
at this
I'm
time-
trying to extend the amount of time this gentleman and
And-
everyone gets to speak, and you're the one who's impeding it.
And
like
it was
saying
ruled
I'm
down. I've
impeding
called
it.
you 3 times, sir.
There was a motion made to extend the time for everybody. That failed for lack of a second. The original motion to extend the time for this gentleman was withdrawn, and you're now at public comment.
Okay.
Wait.
Mr. Vanillo, you have 3 minutes
Wait, hold on.
due to board
Mr.
policy.
Schwartz, are you saying that I cannot make a motion?
No, you questioned the rule of the chair. That requires a second for a vote by the board. You didn't get a second, so there's no, the rule of the chair stands.
I like your little games and everything, but if you gave everybody 4 minutes, it's not the 3-minute rule. You're saying they can't be differentiated, 3 for this and 4 for that one, 5 for that? So if somebody made a motion for 4 minutes for everybody, that would
trying to make a motion, but the attorney told me
Okay,
I
we've
can't
got
make
Ms.
a
Bruno.
motion.
All right, we've got.
I
Ms.
will
Bruno.
second it. Excuse me.
Okay,
I make
thank
a
you, Ms.
motion that we
Bruno.
extend everyone's speaking time to 6 minutes.
Second.
Okay. All right, are we good with that? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, so that is how we'll do it. We've compromised. Thank you for that. We'll move to 6 minutes, Charlie. At your, if you would, please, sir. All right, thank you, Mr. Vanilla, for being here. Thank you for your comments. You have 6 minutes.
All right, absolutely. All right, first off, I just want to, I want to show my appreciation for the elected officials in here. I understand what it's like to be a lightning rod. So, yep, I've been burned a few times myself. This is my second term as a Carthage elected official. So apparently someone likes me, so that's nice. I just get to get burned more. All right, so I want to start off by saying that Carthage does indeed need a new school. The big complaint we have right now is that it's not inside of the town of Carthage. And really wanted to be part of the conversations. So, you know, rehash what we discussed at your last meeting. Aberdeen and Pinehurst Elementary, they were approved, and so they got new elementary schools. At the time, Carthage said, hey, why is it that our school that is this old and this in disrepair, why have they not received anything? And we were told because we didn't make enough noise. Okay, so we fired up ourselves, we fired up the Century Committee, we came as a town, we approached the board. And we said, hey, we're here to make noise. Okay, now we want to get this addressed. And so we had some sort of cooperation between the school board and the town of Carthage and the Century Committee. And somewhere along the line, it died. Stopped. There was no more motion. The town of Carthage, we came back in, we said, hey, we need to talk about this again. And so it came back online. And then we were told, hey, we started to move forward. We were told, hey, we're at an impasse here. One, we need to figure out what to do with the old Carthage Elementary. Two, we need to figure out where the new elementary is going to be. And we said, okay, cool. Well, we're not buying the elementary school, so we need to, let us know. Communication dropped at that point. There was no more discussion with us. In fact, the town of Carthage and all elected officials identified that you had found a plot from the Pilot newspaper. So there was no more communication there. We've always wanted to be part of the communication. I think it's worth pointing out that during this entire thing, we were talking about Carthage Elementary. And it took an hour and a half for anyone to even mention the town of Carthage. And that was David Hensley when he said, they will give us land. That was it. That is where the thought process is right now. Even as we told you we want to be part of this, you didn't invite us to this meeting. We don't have a table. At the last meeting, I had to come up with the general public, and I had to say what I needed to say. Okay. Again, I'm cut down to a certain amount of time. I've been elected twice, and you still don't want the actual elected officials' input as an equal. Okay, that's a problem. All right, during this, we talked about options. Okay, your realtor showed you Pete's, behind Pete's. That's interesting because that was already under contract. You couldn't buy that anyways. Okay, the land behind Cooper Ford never even got to the point of talking about a price. Okay, I talked to Aaron Cooper. He said he would be willing to work with you, but you never talked to him. Okay. Town of Carthage, at the last meeting, we said we want to talk about the land with the Carthage water plant. Not a single call. No one reached out to us. No one talked to us about it. Okay? Everything here is by map recon. Okay? You have looked at stuff on a map and you have made decisions off the map. This is very much a vacuum right now. Okay? Across from the fairgrounds, if you would have talked to us, we would have said, hey, that's phenomenal. We have a 2040 plan. Okay, and that is slated for growth. Again, you didn't talk to us. All right. When we started to give you options, you had months to close on this thing, months to get all the tests. Within a 1 week period, when there was any friction, last week you closed on the property. You got all your tests back and you closed on the property all last week, right when there was friction. Okay. that could be timing, but the optics aren't great. All right, had an issue here. When I came, half this audience was teachers, okay? I don't have a problem with teachers. I respect teachers. But I do have a problem when a school board that pays their salaries takes their input in something that the school board wants to do. Would they have come up and fought against the school board, knowing that you are their employers? Okay, if I brought my police department or my fire department in to support things that the town's going to do, I would expect that they would probably have an inclination to support what I want, okay? They presented as members of the public, being your employees, okay? They discussed the jail downtown, and they also misattributed it as a prison. What they didn't mention was that the 911 center is there, the magistrate's there, sheriff's department, the SWAT team is there, and it is located between that and Carthage Police Department. I'm not sure if you're gonna get a safer area for any sort of emergency. All right, you have sworn law enforcement officers that are right next to where they need to be. You guys plan to use Carthage sewer. We didn't give you sewer. That's something you need to talk to us about. All right, Carthage Police Department currently runs the traffic control for Carthage Elementary. Okay, we do that out of our own pocket. Guess what? Carthage has fiber. We have 2 fiber companies. Right now, Carthage is slated to lose its elementary school, and in return, we get the sewage from it.
I'm sorry, did you say that we did not ask whether or not we could connect to your sewer system?
You asked how much it would cost. That was it. Our sewage system, the way it works, we have it allocated with the water that we produce. That's how we actually measure, that's how we charge it. Right now, you are way out of town, okay, and you're gonna run the sewage in there, so it doesn't.
Point of order.
Okay, sorry.
Madam Chairman, I move 5 additional minutes for Commissioner Bonillo, please.
All right, all in favor, say aye. Oh, sorry. My board attorney is not recommending that.
You can't have a separate rule for one speaker and not all the other speakers.
Yeah. Sorry, Mr. Vanilla, we need to stop. But we hope to have another meeting.
I make a motion that we extend the speaker's remarks to 10 minutes instead of 6 minutes.
If I may,
If you would, please. Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Vanilla, thank you for being here today. We're gonna stop at this point.
Is your motion still?
Okay.
Someone from the commissioners would have to say. The problem is logistically, we have our own meeting going, but we're gonna have to agree on the rules that we're following.
Okay. Yeah.
With the 2 different boards.
Yeah, I understand, Mr. Attorney, your point. I do. I get it. But we have here an individual who's elected by the people of Carthage and who has indicated to us that they have not had what they feel an ample opportunity to be heard by either one of these 2 boards. And I, for one, would like to hear from them. So whether there has to be, I don't know, I'm not an attorney, a special rule or some way for us to hear what Mr. Vanillo has to say in his representation of the citizens of Carthage, I'd like to hear it.
I understand, Mr. Adams.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Schwartz?
the motion that was approved at the beginning of the meeting to amend the agenda was to add public comment as item 3 and to follow our normal rules and to have a recess after agenda item 2 for sign-up. That was the motion that was passed. And the normal rules for the school board are 3 minutes and not to make exceptions for individuals based on their position or their viewpoint or anything else.
Then we extended it to 6 minutes,
then-
which is fine.
So, yeah, I realize that this is a complicated.
Why don't we start a public
format.
hearing? Why don't we call a public
And,
hearing?
Well.
You'd have to do that under the open
Yeah.
meetings law.
Sir, I'm sorry. What'd you say, Mr.
You
Schwartz?
can't have an instant public hearing. You'd have to do that consistent with the open meetings law.
Mr.
So-
Chairman, as part of the Board of Commissioners, I suggest, and I will make this as a form of motion, we've heard enough today for me to know this issue is far from being concluded. I suggest the Board of Education invite the Board of Commissioners from Carthage, have a public meeting, and go through all the necessities, review the land again, review costs, go over all things such as water, sewer, and all that availability. I suggest that the Board of Commissioners add this to our work session on Thursday, and I can't speak for the board, but I will be highly pushing our board with whatever influence and arguments I can make that any decision that the Board of Education makes, that this will have to go on a bond referendum next year. So you have time, even though there is time, that you have to have things in place. Our manager can give you that. We're planning to do a bond referendum already. So at this time, I make that as a form of motion and.
Second. Any comments? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that the Board of Commissioners adjourn our meeting and allow these folks to stay here as long as they want.
Comments? Favor?
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay, we're ready to resume our meeting. Audience members, thank you for your cooperation. Thank you. I'd like to ask a question of the will of the board at this point. We have, what, six speakers, seven speakers.
Mr. Bonelli.
Okay, 6 at this point. We have been here for 5 hours. We're still running on breakfast at this point, and we don't have our commissioners. So I would like for us to entertain inviting, either going ahead and having our public comments now, or inviting you to come to our November 10th regular business meeting, because I know you're tired too. You've been sitting here a long time as well.
Haven't heard any complaints.
So I just have is there anyone that would like to make a motion? Just throwing that out there for your consideration.
I'm sorry, what, please.
So.
what-
I will
please
second
state
it.
the motion. Please state the motion
Yeah,
so
if
we
you'll
know
state,
what the motion.
if you'll state your motion based on my just suggestion.
I'd like to move that, give the option to folks who are gathered here today, to either stay or come to our 10th of November meeting to air their,
Okay, so you're making a motion that we end our meeting now and invite our guests to come to the November 10th.
Madam Chair, that's
meeting.
not what he said. He said he makes a motion to give
Well,
the
he-
folks the option.
Yeah.
So
Well-
can we
yeah.
state the motion
let
properly?
me state it correctly then.
Thank you.
That we create the situation where folks can go home today and return on the 10th of November to discuss this further. That's it.
Okay. Do we have a second motion by Mr. Benway?
I second it.
I object. So we're ruling on this. The motion is to set the conditions so they can come back. The motion should be to modify the agenda to eliminate what you're trying to do is end the public speaking, but you said it in such a way you're going to create the opportunity for these people to come back. That's
Well,
not a proper motion.
I was asking for the will of the board, Mr. Hensley.
We have to make a
So-
motion, and there has to be a proper motion that states what we're doing, which is modifying the agenda by
Okay.
removing the
And this is
public
conversation for the board to have right now.
speaking. So please make it, you can't vote on that motion. It doesn't make sense. That's my point.
Okay,
You were
point
about to
taken.
vote
Thank
on
you.
that.
Any other discussion or comments from our Board of Education
Yes,
members?
I have questions.
Can we
Sorry.
clarify the motion, please?
Okay. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Benway, the motion is your motion to continue with public comment now or not to continue with public comment now?
To defer it till
To
the 10th.
defer it to the 10th, okay. So the motion is to defer public comment to the meeting on November 10th.
Yes.
So, is there a second for that? Now that
I
we've-
seconded it.
Dr. Dahl
Okay,
seconded.
so I have a question for the attorney. Is there, by deferring something from a meeting, what does that mean? Are we going to go out of session between now and November 10th, or are we going to be in recess between now and November 10th?
No, the motion is to defer the remaining public comment to the November 10 meeting. So there's no need to recess. We just adjourned at the end.
Okay. I oppose this because here is what you all are about to do. I wanted these people to be able to speak at the beginning of the meeting. You all overruled me, made them speak at the end of the meeting, made them sit here for apparently 5 hours. Not one of them has complained about being here too long. In fact, the only person who's complained about being here too long was the chair and then some murmurs over here.
That wasn't a complaint.
So no one out there has complained. They've sat here patiently, quietly, because we told them that they could speak at the end, and you all are about to renege on that, and that is very, very, very unfortunate. Then you wonder why the county commissioners are making this go to a bond issue. You're wondering why they walked out. It's 100%
All right,
because
Mr.
of the
Mr.
contempt.
Hensley,
It's
you're out of
100%
order.
because of the contempt towards the citizens.
You're out of order, sir.
May I speak?
Yes, ma'am.
So I am actually speaking in opposition to this motion. I seconded it so that I would have a chance to discuss. So if you need to have somebody in favor of it, go next.
Anybody in favor of
Okay.
it? All
If
right.
not, I just wanted to say, basically, that these folks have been here. They've been as patient as the rest of us. We have given them the expectation that they're going to have a chance to speak. You know, we do not need to bait and switch.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dahl. Are there any other comments?
I will concur with Dr. Dahl on that. We said we set up a public comment. These people have been waiting to comment, and so we should listen before we adjourn.
Okay, thank you for your input. All right, are there comments? All right, all in favor of Mr. Benway's motion to end our meeting at this point?
Motion was to defer public comments to
Yes.
the November 10 meeting.
Okay, all in favor of that, say aye. Any opposed? No. Okay, so thank you for that. I'm sorry that it caused such a disruption. So we'll move to our first speaker.
All right, I'll call 3 at a time, and as soon as you come up to the podium, when you start speaking, your timer starts, so you just go ahead and go on. We've got Sarah Price, Kelly Calcutt, and Victoria Riddle.
My name is Sarah Price. I'm a fourth generation of the McDonald Dalrymple family. I was raised on that land. I don't live there anymore. I live in Pinehurst. It's kind of interesting that the board members say, well, nobody has worried about this anywhere else in the counties because nobody else knows about it in the rest of the county, that it's going to be put out on that site. Also, when I speak with people in Pinehurst and Southern Pines and Vass and Cameron, they aren't aware that their children are going to be moved out of Vass to farm life to Cameron, to Carthage. And so it's been a lot of misunderstanding through the community, and that's what we, as not just neighbors, but other people in Moore County, have tried to get the word out to what's going on. Let me address the family legacy that I think Mr. Johnson referred to about the people that sold the land, which is my uncle. He's 92 years old. He and his family, the 3 children that were in agreement with this, also live in Raleigh for the last 50 years. They do not live in Moore County. They do not live in that property in that area anymore. As being one of the 10 grandchildren that's left in that family, 7 of them are opposed to the location. 3 of them that are getting money from the sale of it are for the location. The dissension in this, what's caused in this community, in the neighbors that have been on that land for hundreds of years, that my grandparents would know the Bailey's names, the Riddles' names, the Patterson's names, all the names of the families that are in Century Farms still there. My grandparents, which my grandfather was the sheriff of Moore County for 30 years, an elected official, this was his land. He would not want this to be his legacy, nor my grandmother, who was a Dalrymple, and that was where the land came from. As insinuating as it has been insinuated, I've got too many notes on here because it's been so long, the opponents of the new Carthage Elementary School being on the Vass Carthage Road, it was insinuated to the people that were against it that we didn't care about children. I'll ask you the same thing. Do you really have the best interest of the children by placing a school on property that has 3 ponds on that property, adjacent on 3 sides of that property? Also, the wetland that I guess my uncle kept for sentimental reasons has a creek on it. There's also several documented, at least 6 accidents, one being last weekend, within feet of the proposed entrance. The site is contrary to the land usage plan, and all of the neighbors who have also lived there and have given over 30 years of service as educators are opposed to that property. Do you really have the best interest in the children, or did it just become, let's rush this through because we can't figure out anywhere else to put it? Also, I hear this constantly about the quickness of this. We've got to hurry. We've got to get this done. We've got to quickly do this. This is what has gotten us to this point right now. the hurriedness, the quickness, the underhandedness that we didn't know about, that the neighbors found out. Also, I guess the main thing, on the October 21st, at the meeting at the county school board meeting, I spoke as well as 4 concerned citizens and expressing their concerns of having it placed on that site. Superintendent Locklear and Jennifer Purvis were sitting in the office and were probably smiling under their breath, knowing they had closed on that property just hours before the meeting, as we stood up there and defended our rights to have to not have that school placed on that property. I ask again, do you really have the best interest of the children in the community? Or is this just, as I've heard several times, let's get this done quickly and let's get this done? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hey guys, thanks for serving, first of all, and being here, and for everybody here that's been listening. I work full-time. I have 2 boys in Moore County Schools right now. We were worried about who was going to pick up my youngest. But I am here because I'm a 3rd generation Carthaginian. I live right now smack dab in the land that my grandfather built. But to address some of the concerns with neighbors, only the ones being concerned, I know Carthage very well. I'm at school basketball, football games. I know a lot of my buddies that go to Carthage Elementary that are parents there. And I have heard an overwhelming group that have told me that they are against this location because it is outside of Carthage. But I keep hearing that it's just the neighbors that are fighting against this. It's not the neighbors. I actually have hundreds, not 100, signatures, and we only did it just kind of as a popcorn, hey, let's see how many even know about the location. I'm not the best with Facebook. I'm not the best with getting the word out, but I think of our group. I was like, hey, I'll put it out on social media. I was just dumbfounded that this is the best location that could have been found. I mean, I still cannot believe that of all the places, and I have heard of many of the locations, that this still is the best location. But I have a couple of quotes from Carthage Elementary School parents that have told me they didn't want to come today because one is an employee, her husband's an employee with Moore County Schools, and she's worried about retribution. So one of the quotes was, I hope this isn't real, because for one, it's not even in Carthage. Why are we moving further away from town? Farm life is the next road over. Why, when there is plenty of locations in Carthage? There's also another parent that wrote, this whole thing is shady. That land isn't even in Carthage School District. The real question is, why can't they rebuild on the current site? Well, I think we've heard why they can't rebuild on the current site. It's because there's been stipulations thrown out that it has to be 1 story. I don't think it has to be 1 story. I've actually called the North Carolina Public Safety for Schools, and they also told me there's not a requirement. It has to be 1 story. So I think it could be 2 or 3, and it could be built on the right property, but I don't think this board even wants it to be on another property. I think the farmland is beautiful. I think we want to pick farmland outside of Carthage because y'all have more room to wiggle. I think let's don't talk to the town of Carthage. Let's don't talk to the county commissioners. Let's be secretive. Let's find this location. Let's call around. From what I heard, it was an out-of-town realtor that was even asked to be picked to find this land. And from what I've heard is they called this person, and 92-year-old man, I don't think he's in his right mind. So the daughter is the one that said yes, and she lives in Raleigh. So it is personal to me because I'm like, y'all aren't even listening to the people of Carthage. And I mean, I get to go back. I work full time. I've got a good job, and I am happy my kids are right now at Moore County Schools. But I've been very embarrassed, and I'm just really emotional because I'm like, y'all aren't even listening to us. I've been here since 9:30, and I had a whole speech planned. But now I'm just like, this is so crazy. Our county commissioners have walked out. They are done. I mean, it's really ridiculous. And and it's now what time? Almost 2 o'clock, and nothing's been settled. We've got this huge piece of beautiful farmland with Century Farms all around it, and that is our best place. I'm on the side of children, and I want us to have a wonderful Carthage Elementary School. So don't tell me I don't, because you sure insinuated that it was all about the school children. No, it's all about you guys. Y'all have decided already. You went ahead and signed, sealed, and delivered this past week. It did leak out, thank goodness. We needed to know about it, but it's just embarrassing. And I shouldn't even be here having to speak. I should be at work. But I feel like it's on me to share my feelings because it seems like nobody else even has been able to stay because they've had to go on their merry way. So I'm thankful we were able to speak today. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can we ask for each speaker to state their name at the beginning of their speaks?
Yes.
And the last speaker was?
The last speaker, Kelly Calcutt. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Riddle. Go ahead.
And you've heard all this already, so this is going to be a little bit repetitive, but I've lost faith in Moore County schools too, and it's sad because I went to them my whole life. My mom did, my dad did, my brother did, my whole family did. We're fourth generation in our family. I'm the third on our family farm, and I just want you to know that we know that it's been exposed. So, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Victoria Riddle. I'm a lifelong resident of Carthage, a member of the Carthage Town Planning Board, the owner of a 160-acre Century Farm across from the property in question, and a licensed realtor and developer who has bought and sold land for over 25 years. My expertise is in land from raw acreage to development sites. That means I understand land, especially Carthage land, the market cost per acreage, the process of land acquisitions, the contracts, the due diligence period, and the automatic written closing extensions that are standard in a real estate transaction. I know firsthand that there is absolutely no reason this land purchase had to be rushed through. You had time. As I stand here today representing my town and my community, I want to express the deep concerns about the way the land purchase was handled. This decision to buy the property behind the backs of the community and the town, county commissioners, it lacks transparency and collaboration that our residents and taxpayers deserve. From the start, it was clear the commissioners wanted a school site within the town limits. And if it was not clear, it was clear on October the 13th, before this property was purchased, leaving ample time for a contract extension and delegation between the boards. As everyone in this room knows, the Carthage commissioners and county commissioners were not happy. The county commissioners control the bond money for both the school and the necessary infrastructures. The Moore County School Board knew this, and you knew that this choice of picking the property will likely cause an issue and delay construction. This approach does not reflect commitment to our children or to our taxpayers. It gives the impression that checking a box on a to-do list matters more than doing what's right for our community. And just hours before the new land use plan was approved, that timing alone feels calculated. It feels like an attempt to bypass the very checks and balances that exist to both protect taxpayers and the integrity of our county's planning process. This just is not about a school site anymore. It's about accountability and respect. The new land use plan was created with the intent of guiding smart, responsible growth and protecting agricultural heritage while directing development where infrastructure already exists. Yet this purchase ignores those primary entities. This decision wasn't made with the people, it was made around the people. And when the public is excluded from decisions that affect their land, their town, their taxes, and their way of life, trust is lost. I urge the Moore County School Board to reopen this issue and include the town of Carthage and the county commissioners. We can build schools and plan growth the right way with honesty, transparency, and respect for the community that built this country or county. That's what Moore County deserves.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, we'll have Aaron Honey, Sherry Vanderberg, and Thomas Habio.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the Moore County Board of Education. My name is Aaron Honey, and I stand before you this afternoon as a concerned citizen and a taxpayer who's followed closely the discussions surrounding the new Carthage Elementary School site. I'm here to express my deep concern over the board's recent decision to purchase the property for this project, a decision that, in my view, represents a breach in public trust. At your meeting on October the 13th, several members, including Mr. Benway, Mr. Hensley, and Ms. Bruno, publicly advocated for reevaluating the purchase of the selected site. Further, Ms. Dahl attempted to placate the concerned citizens in attendance that night by saying the decision had not been made. The collective message conveyed to the public that evening was clear. No final decision had been made, yet only days later, the board proceeded with the land purchase. That contradiction between what was said publicly and what was done privately undermines the public confidence in this board's integrity and decision-making process. Equally troubling is the fact that this purchase stands in direct contravention to Moore County's land use plan, a plan developed with public input, professional guidance, and years of county planning experience. The land use plan exists precisely to ensure that growth occurs in an orderly and sustainable manner, specifically steering major development toward areas with existing water and sewer infrastructure. The property you have chosen fails that test. It lies outside specified growth areas. By moving forward with this purchase, the board has disregarded the county's adopted policies and the taxpayers' clear intent to manage rural growth responsibly. I believe this action was rushed, done deliberately before the board could be held accountable to the requirements of the Moore County Land Use Plan, and before further public concerns could be evaluated. That is not transparency. That is not stewardship. And it is not what this community expects of its elected leaders. Chair Calcutt, your actions enabled this process to proceed in a manner that erodes the public's trust. Decisions of this magnitude should be made in the open, with full alignment to the county's adopted plans and with respect for the commitments made in prior meetings. Trust once lost is not easily regained. The decisions made here affect not just this school, but the future of how Moore County governs itself. The citizens of Moore County deserve honesty, transparency, and fidelity to both the law and to the public record. I urge this board to acknowledge its breach of trust, to revisit the decision in the open, and reaffirm your obligation to serve the public, not to circumvent its will. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sherry Vredenberg. When we left from here on October the 13th, we thought that y'all was going to reconsider the situation with the purchase of this land. That was all of our impressions. And I've heard a statement in here that no one said nothing about signatures of over 100 and some. It was represented on October the 13th. That just shows you how much you was paying us attention. Also, this land that you were talking about, do you realize how much tobacco farming goes on there? How much soybeans is grown on that land? How much chicken houses is up in there? How much cattle is up in there? I listen to a scanner. There's cows out all the time. But the thing I'm saying is these has got big trucks. They can't stop on a dime. You got entries coming in. I've sit here at Aberdeen Elementary School. I got some of the members still in here. Help with me to get the traffic down to a better level. These people here is trying to tell you what's in their community. Y'all don't care. We try to tell you what was at the Aberdeen Elementary. You didn't care then. we got an elementary school in the middle of a Superfund site. A gentleman, farmer, also said how they had lead in the dirt. Y'all said y'all had the land tested. Who'd you have the land tested? I know you can't answer me. But anyway, that's one of our priorities. Who did the testing on the traffic? I've talked to several people in that community. No one seen one of those things go across the road to tell you how many cars goes there a day. No testing has been done over there. And the ladies done told you how many ponds is there. That's going to be considered wetland, but you can't get that wetland down here. And to leave out the city of Carthage, where the school was at. Y'all say there ain't very many children being walked. I know for a fact there's 20 students walk home a day with 2 parents. Those 20 people right there that work, stays at home, goes to home. Now, they're going to have to get on the bus, or their parents has got to rethink it. I don't know how many actually walks from that school, but I know there's a group of 20 kids that walks home from that school with adults. Then you have property already, people telling you they're having to get there 20 minutes to an hour later to pick up their students. Well, what do you think they're going to have to do then? They still going to have to do the same thing. They're going to have to go stand up there on the sides of the roads to pick up the students because they got it. It's just timely matter. I don't think y'all understand what the people were saying. They tried to be transparent. Y'all didn't even give us the time to even know anything about this land until the day of the meeting. And that was through the pilot. And Lord knows I don't watch the pilot very often. But the thing I'm trying to say is to leave out the city where the school is supposed to stay? Really? That's transparent in you? Okay. Then you're going to go and purchase the land. And from my understanding then, all the board members didn't even know. The only ones knew was Mr. Locklear, Miss Davis, and Miss Calcutt. I'm sorry. Miss Calcutt. Why didn't other members know? That's even backstabbing your own party, doing stuff behind their back. What does that tell us communities? You're going to do what you're going to do regardless of what we say. But it's our money, y'all. And we voted y'all in. I am so embarrassed. I really am of this school. And my time is bowed up. But Mr. Locklear, you work for us. You work for this board. Your recommendation is recommendation, not to tell them, let's go do it. We done heard the inside scoop. You done it. Y'all got it. Now, who's going to pay for it? Because we don't think we should have to pay for that land. We don't think our school needs to be on that land. You know how many truck drivers go through this land? Every day. No, because y'all don't really know. Sit there. Even DT, North Carolina Department of Trust, DOT told me they haven't put monitors out there since they put the new Century School there. So y'all tell me, how do y'all know this traffic specifically? How about looking at the Ford Place? Use that as the IT building or whatever y'all call it. That's still going to be traffic, but it's way worse. It's not as bad as elementary children that's going to be in life-death situation every time you turn around. I am embarrassed. It's just embarrassing. And I hope the town holds their end of the deal and don't provide them no water. That ain't y'all's. That shouldn't come out y'all's pocket because that's not in your city limits. And I hope that the commissioners do not grant y'all the money. I hope they make you do a bond.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name's Tom Lasapio. I live in Seven Lakes. I don't have a lot invested in this school, although I do have a lot invested in these kids. My wife and I have been coming to these meetings for almost 7 years since we lived here. 7 years. We've outlived most of you when it comes to this meeting. It's time to get back to basics. What Sherry said is right. Mr. Locklear, you work for these guys, and you guys work for us. And we need to make that clear. I know you've heard this over and over again, and I'm sorry if I appear angry, but I am. And I am embarrassed, and I am mad. Chair Calcutt, you asked the board if they wanted to leave this meeting with not a thought of these people who have waited since 9:30 this morning. Not one thought until it finally came to you. Somebody brought it up about us. Mr. Hensley did. You are going to give this elected official extra time because he's an elected official. We elected him, but we don't get extra time until somebody brought that up. Mr. Hensley. We have been told for the last 3 meetings that I've been at that we are not for the kids. Well, that's great. How dare you say that? We wouldn't be here if we weren't for the kids. We were told, they were told, that they talk trash because they're sharing or developing an opinion. That's trash. That's wonderful to hear from our board. We were told we upset Jesus by arguing. How dare you hit us over the head with a Bible? How dare you do that? And if we're going to talk about the Bible, let me end with this. God said, vengeance is mine. And on election day, you can expect vengeance. Thank you.
Is that the end of our comments? Okay. We don't have a time in the agenda for board comments, but at this time, if there's a board member that would like to say something before we adjourn. Is that all right? Do we need to add that? Mr. Schwartz?
You don't have board comments on the agenda.
Yeah, okay. There is that. Sorry. What's the will of the board?
I would like to make an important point.
Okay.
So I move to make a motion that we add board comments as,
Item
let me get my,
4,
item 4.
and then
what-
adjournment will be 5. Yeah.
Do I have a second? Thank you.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Okay, all right, we've got board comments as item 4, and then adjournment will be item 5.
Thank you.
Okay? All right, board comments. Anyone like to start?
I will start. A couple of speakers remember what I said at the October 13th meeting and have called me out for that I said that we had time, that I, thought that this was part of the process, and I did not understand exactly where we were and how things were moving, and I want to apologize for that statement that I made. Ironically, it looks as though we now do have additional time, and I think the county commissioners have made clear that they want to see more interactions between us and various constituents. However, that doesn't change the fact that I said something that was wrong. It was because I was misinformed, but I want to apologize for that.
All right, next, Mr. Benway.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to take on board all that was said tonight, this afternoon. But I just want to say that not one of us on this board has any malicious intent in the way we're handling things. We're handed a difficult situation, made more difficult by the failure of having a whole of government process here in Moore County. We could have created the conditions, had we a disciplined process to begin with, we could have obviated most of this. We probably wouldn't be sitting here today, because we would have all understood where we were on the playing field, and we would have all had an audit trail of how we made decisions, who made decisions, and then we would have all signed up to it at certain points along the way. I'm telling you, we've got to adopt that kind of a process, or we're going to be flailing around more. I want to clarify one point that's been made today that has kind of driven some of the opinions. I'd like to quote from the town of Carthage, a resolution in support of rebuilding Carthage Elementary School as amended, and that's dated on the 18th day of January 2022. And in part it reads, whereas the Carthage Board of Commissioners will support the building of a new elementary school on the current site as well as support the building of a new school on a different site that is within the immediate Carthage area. Nothing says we had to build that school inside the boundaries of the city of Carthage. So that was open, that was a constraint that we didn't have to address. Now, coming in later on the 13th of October, that's a long ways down the road in the planning process. So I appreciate the concerns of all the people sitting here, but where was everybody 6 months ago or 8 months ago or when this was published? Let me ask that question. Okay, you can go ahead and roll your eyes all you want, but that question's there and it needs to be addressed.
We're leaving.
All right, thank you.
Y'all never told us the location, sir. We had to hear it from.
All right.
All right, I'm not gonna go any further, but let's, I see no official document that supersedes this document here. Let's make that for the record. Thank you.
Mr. Benway. All right. Any other comments?
I don't like following.
Okay. Your mic.
I'm the mic police. Again, I'm not good at flying off the cuff and saying things. I do want to echo what Mr. Benway has said, is that nothing done by the board was meant to be malicious. There has been no secrecy whatsoever. There has been multiple attempts over the past 4 months to schedule meetings with our Board of Commissioners so that either a 2x2 with Dr. Calcutt and myself and the county manager and the vice chair and chair of the county commissioners so that we could provide updates. I know for a fact that Dr. Locklear has reached out multiple times, either via email or via telephone, to Manager Wayne Vest, expressing great concern with needing to have open communication. So it's very disingenuous for our county commissioners to say that we have not tried to maintain transparency. I do not believe that Moore County Schools can be any more transparent than what they are. The problem is it's government, and government takes time and energy, and unless you're as just a citizen that's living their life, things happen and you don't even know because you're living your life. I get that because that's who I was well before I ever got on this board. I would even say so far as to go that Dr. Locklear reached out. I don't have the date in front of me, but he sent an email to our county commissioners requesting that we be on their agenda this past meeting. I don't want to misspeak. Do I have time? On October 10th. Request to be added to the October 21st agenda, and that was denied. Actually, it was denied by Vice Chairman Nick, and he said, I think that this should be discussed during our upcoming board-to-board meeting. Due to the timing, a presentation on the same night as our public hearing on the land use plan would not be wise. Vice Chairman Nick. And then his following comment was, this chair stuff has got to end. You have a chairwoman and a vice chairwoman. Geez. And I don't understand why he would say that, because we have tried so hard to build relationships. I personally have taken time of my own to go and sit in their meetings so I can keep up with the things that are going on that surprise the Moore County Board of Education, things that get added to their agenda constantly that we don't know about. And I just don't appreciate their building of trust, because this Board of Education knows that there's for whatever reason bad history between these boards, and I know that Dr. Calcutt, myself, and I believe every other board member wants to build the common trust between the two boards. And I think actually that their actions of getting up and walking out today and not respecting the people who honestly, I believe they're probably more on your side than I would be as far as the location. I think the location is great. I appreciate that. I appreciate the history, and I can sympathize with your reasons for not wanting it to be there. However, Dr. Locklear was greatly disrespected, Ms. Purvis was greatly disrespected, and the Board of Education was disrespected today because the time wasn't given. And it just, I think they're walking out today actually says a lot about how they conduct business, and I'm very disappointed. And I guess that's all I have to say. As far as the county, town commissioners, I think that, you're not a doctor, but Mr. Benway is correct. We need to have a whole of government. We need to have our sheriff. We need to, I mean, just everybody. We need better communication. I don't disagree, but it's not for the lack of trying. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Johnson.
Well, I don't have many comments, and I will keep it short and sweet. Just that I appreciated the Board of Commissioners being here today. I appreciate the town of Carthage and their input. I hope this is the start of more open and transparent communications and planning. I will also say that this process has been laid out to the commissioners as we've gone every step of the way as far as efficiently and effectively moving. I think part of the reason that we're rushing is honestly because if you've been around Moore County Schools for a while, which I know you have, Carthage Elementary has needed attention for a long time. And the town has acknowledged that, we acknowledge that, and I think that's part of the reason why we instructed the superintendent and Ms. Purvis to move quickly in this process because that school needs replaced. Moving forward, I hope we can make this happen. I understand, of course, these are bumps in the road. I will still say that of the options that we were given, this land made the most sense. And so I understand it being a unanimous decision by this board to move forward with that land. The parameters of it being within the Carthage town limits, I think there's an error of communication along the way. So not well defining what that looked like in the planning process was a mistake. And so if we had had that knowledge on the front end and we had known that that parameter was in place, then we could have impacted that when we looked for land. So again, thank you for the community for coming out, and I appreciate that. Where we go from here is hopefully more dialogue with our commissioners, and I still want to move forward quickly to get this done for the students and the families of Carthage Elementary. Thank you.
Mr. Hensley, Dr. Dahl, do you have anything to add? Okay. Okay.
Going to say a thing, but in light of the closing comments, other than Mr. Johnson's closing comments, the closing comments this evening demonstrated quite clearly, thank you for making my point, as to the contempt that many on the school board hold towards the public and the county commissioners. And then they wonder why there's this, relationship. It just, thank you for making my point.
Right.
And illustrating for everyone to see the issue.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Let me conclude. Just want to reiterate that we have made multiple attempts to connect with our Board of Commissioners since last June. When I came on the board as chair and vice chair, we met 2x2s to get to know our county commissioners because I wanted to do things differently. I wanted to have a great relationship with our county commissioners.
I'm a co-crier. I learned that the other day.
I'm not crying, other than I'm sad. I've got emails right here printed out because I lost track of the dates that I requested for us to be in front of them. In fact, Chair Cook and I had a date settled, and we were on go. And then I got an email out of the blue on September 10th that says, unfortunately, September 19th is not going to work for the BOC. Per our chair and vice chair, we'll reach back out to schedule something soon at a new date. There was no explanation. I didn't know they had gone behind my back to talk to my board members to see who was going to be at that meeting. I mean, they're supposed to talk to me. They're supposed to talk to our vice chair and Miss Cindy. Cindy Parker is our clerk. And then we got another one scheduled. I reached out and tried to make sure September 22nd that we would have another opportunity. I talked to all of my board members firsthand, got Miss Parker to help me. We had preferred options. We had additional dates. And we were waiting. I made numerous phone calls. I've talked to Chair Adams. I've talked to Mr. Paserno, Chair Cook. Like, how can we do this better? How can we improve our communication? Oh, you're doing okay, Robin. Things are better, is one of the comments I got back. So, and by the way, when we sent these emails back in September, and remember, I tried in June to have 2x2s. That's where we can get together and talk about these joint meetings. Every single item was linked and listed with a timeline and links to presentations. So there would be no doubt, because by golly, I want to be transparent. And I want to make sure that we have everything crystal clear for everybody. And I'm going to leave that there. I don't want to bite the hand that feeds me and feeds our school district, but I feel like I have to defend myself and our board just a little bit today. I want to read our ethical requirements. And this is for you to know that we follow our ethical requirements, that we need to obey all applicable state and federal laws regarding official actions taken as a board member. We have done that. The need to uphold the integrity and independence of the board member's office. The need to avoid impropriety in the exercise of the board's and board members' official duties. That means no bias. The need to perform faithfully the duties of the office, and the need to conduct the affairs of the board in an open and public manner, complying with all applicable laws governing open meetings and public records. And I can tell you
Madam
that
Chair,
we
your
do
10
that.
your 10 minutes is up.
So I will conclude with my my beginning statements.
Her 10 minutes is not up.
And
And she doesn't
how
have,
far is she into
in the
it?
10 minutes.
thank you.
Will they enforce that against me at the
All
last
right.
meeting in my
And I'm
closing
going to
comments?
conclude, because I know we're tired, we're getting punchy, and we might be a little hungry. But I do value each and every one of you. We are fortunate to live in Moore County, and I'm a third generation, and I have fourth and fifth generations here too. We are privileged to call this place home. We're privileged to call you friends and neighbors. We are, the Moore County Public Schools and the children of this district are counting on us, all of us, our commissioners, our board, our citizens, our public, and those that we don't even know who are coming, our future children, to receive the best educational opportunities, high quality staff and teachers. We thank our Board of Commissioners for giving us the money to make sure that we can provide those good teachers and safe, up-to-date, and well-maintained facilities. That's what we're doing. I personally thank each and every one of you for being here today, even the people that beat me up a little bit. I thank you for being here today because I value your voice and I value your time. So, with that being said, do we have a motion to adjourn? All in favor say aye. Aye. We're adjourned.